Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Hello, hello. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody doing today? Interesting. I can't get my mic to turn higher. Interesting. I can't get my mic to turn higher. Volume up, not turn higher. Hello. Is this any better? Showing I'm peaking. It is peaking. Okay, let's. Why? Why are you? Hello. Now it's not peaking, so that should be all right.
Are you are you live?
Alrighty, let's get back to leveling. Level this area. You didn't. Come on. No, thank you. No. Why are you being a pain?
It's okay. She's barking for sure.
I didn't hear her bark.
No, but she's so barking.
There's the neighbor's dogs, not like out back, are barking. Let's do a recording. Hello, YouTube. Here we go. So, I am using the rake to flatten this whole area in South Hope. Just gonna give a quick tips and tricks to using the rake. So, first thing to know, if you look, the block has an arrow pointing upwards. It means if I was to click this, it's going to add. If you see the arrow pointing down, if you click it, it will remove. So let's demonstrate this. Arrow down, click, it's empty. Let's clear a little bit more, just so that you can see it is actually clearing the dirt away. So yeah, that's all fine and dandy. But as you can see, when I get to certain blocks, it doesn't want to remove, it wants to add dirt. I can't answer the question on why that is the case, but say you wanted to remove this corner. Actually, let's go back to here where I was working. If you're trying to level this out, well, you can't level it out because we'll just do a quick. If you click on it, it adds it, and you can only add. Now, if you have made this mistake, don't worry. There's a way to fix it. What you need to do is you need to add one on either side like that. Then if you come up, you can see now I can remove. I can't remove there, but I can remove here. So if you remove, it's a little bit longer of a step. Now, if you add under there, you can remove it. I'm not sure why that is the case, because as you can see, those are solid blocks, but yet it won't let me erase it. So if you're doing a big project like I am, I have found a couple little tips, tricks that will work. So if you go to a middle of a 3 block, add, you can remove on either side of that block, then, oops, wrong one. Then remove that middle block. And as you can see, I sometimes mess it up. But as you can see, this is a valid way of doing it. Things that I see that people have done wrong, and I don't understand why people have done it. I'm looking for, I don't think I'm a pickaxe over here. But people are saying you have to make the ground uneven. You don't have to make the ground uneven. Like this rake, if this is too low, I can add and bring it up. If I wanted lower, just lower. If I want to go down, it's a little bit harder, but you can go down in areas. Or you just take a pickaxe or a shovel a little bit of a hole, and then you can level it from there. You don't need to go down with a pickaxe and pickaxe a whole line, then another whole line to make this work. As you can see, you just need to use it to flatten the area. Hopefully this gives a small inkling of how the rake works, and hopefully people will start using the rake more. Now, mind you, the rake is a little bit finicky, as you have seen, but it's better than having to spend tons of money on dynamite or getting a mod. Although some of the mods may be quicker at doing this, this is still, if you want to be totally vanilla and not add mods to it to be able to clean up an area, well, then this is a very good way of doing it. Hopefully in later patches this gets a rework. Personally, my preference would be that it just removes, not adds stuff. So this, in my opinion, this is not needed. If you're using a rake, you're using it to flatten an area, so you want to remove area. So in my opinion, instead of having it being able to do what is happening here, is like adding stuff and not being able to remove it. So like here, not being able to remove it without having to add material. I think just having it so that it just removes whatever's in that block would be a lot simpler, because then it's just a deletion. And then if you end up making a mistake like I have over here, just give me a second to get to it. So over here, then all you need to do is get a shovel and add dirt to it with a shovel, rather than trying to, because like you can see I can't add dirt to it. So now that part is now a hole and I can't do anything with. And as you can see, I've been trying to play with it to get it to work, but I can't get it to work. So the other tip that would be nice for future is if it's sitting here and it's up, if I use my scroll wheel, it would be nice to be able to use your scroll wheel or R or something to, instead of having it add, it removes. So here I want to add, but it's not allowing me to. I can't get it to add. So it would be nice to scroll wheel to the add and add instead of remove. Now sometimes you can, I can't do it with this, but sometimes you can, by adding it where you can, sometimes you can get it flattened that way. This, I don't know what is going on with this little spot right here, but this spot will not allow me to add it. And even when I add dirt to it, this spot here just doesn't want to cooperate with anything. So yes, you will find spots where you can't, like, you can't get it to add or remove. Unfortunately, at this point, there's not much you can do. But they are few and far between. As you can see, there's this area here. I just found all of this area on the side. I've got this little lip here that I can't fix any of this here. So this is always going to be lower. And like here, I can't get that little piece. So there are certain spots that you may not be able to get totally where you want it to, like this area again. Again, this is South Hope. Out of this big area, it's just at the back of it, which I can remedy by putting blocks or something along there. Anyway, this is Dunder's Thunder and DT Gaming. Appreciate the watch. If you liked it, like it. If you didn't, thumbs down, comment, subscribe, whatever. I appreciate you all. Have a great day. Did you let her in? She had water. Oh. 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's going okay today. Starting to feel a little bit better. Hopefully, I'm sounding a little bit better. I did work on the volume of the mic. So hopefully that. Hopefully it's a little bit better. Oh, we got two. I just finished up one video. I'm making this longer. I'm going to be doing a pipe video. So it'll then I'll try to edit it this week and get it up and running. But I'm just going. I figured I've already got half of the piping stuff set up, so I would work on getting. I'll do the video on it, just because I think it's especially for the piping. I think this is better for people to know now than having to wait. So I figured I'd do the piping. I did a rake video, which I think I'm gonna get the piping video up. Then I'm going to work on the rake video, and then we'll go from there. Oh, he was where? Sorry, I missed that. He was in chat? Because I didn't see Max in chat. Oh, he was streaming yesterday. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't see him. So he's aware of the. So what? Then what did he say about it? Yeah, but did you say anything specific, or did he just say, like, because is it? Did he say that it was supposed to work that way, or is he saying that no, it's not supposed to work that way, and they're going to fix it? Got it. So my guess then is what he's going to do, or what they're going to do, is try to do it the way that I was explaining it yesterday before I proved that what I said was wrong. So as soon as you add a tier, at least my theory would be, is as soon as you add a tier 1 pipe to a tier 2 system, all the pipe in that system should become 180. Doesn't even the input. Yeah. Because like, I'll be honest, like, this does not make sense. All you need is a tier 2 intake, and I haven't tried it yet. This is one of the things I'll be trying before I do the video, is I want to see if even adding a tier 1 power will affect it. I need 10 more pipes added to it, and then it should be at 0. But yeah, like the way this is working right now, it does make sense to me because again, like why would you spend $200 when you can spend $20 or coin, sorry, for the piping? Like because the piping doesn't do anything other than transfer water. Oh, is this your new setup? Let me look. Oh my goodness. What have you done? That's okay. So let me, from what I'm seeing here, let's see if I've got this correct. I can't quite see what the, let me see if I can make this bigger. Come on, go bigger. So you have it at 0.5. Okay. So let me see if this is working the way I see it to work. Now, like, I may be missing some components. So what you're doing is you're monitoring. It looks like you're monitoring them all, though. Interesting. Okay. Nice, 6 new drills. That's gonna boost your output tremendously. That's cool. Okay, so my question is, it looks like you're monitoring them all and putting spanners in them all. But oh, I see what you've done. That's actually brilliant. So you're using one controller that's saying -5. And then you're using, that's brilliant. Yeah, I can see what's going on now. And I like that. I wouldn't have thought of doing this. That is brilliant. I would have put like an individual one on each individual line where you don't even need to do that. You just need one, and that goes to every system, and then every system will tell you whether it's there or not. That's brilliant. I like what you did. That now that I'm looking at it and analyzing a little bit more, that you did really well with that. With equals, yeah. So the reason why, okay, let me explain something here. So when I was talking yesterday, the reason why I like using equal to or less than is because if there's ever a, I'm going to call it a hiccup, where lag hits and it's supposed to, so it was going to switch to a number, but then lag hits and then it switches to a lower number, that means it's going to run right out. And I have seen stuff like that happen where people had stuff running and they're like, I've got it so that it's equal to, and it just keeps running out. And they had like, I think this is 1.7. So again, I haven't done logistics in 2.0 yet. I'm getting there. But in 1.7, they had an equal to. But they were running 60 Davids and Goliaths. So when everything was running and producing, it was very laggy. So what it seems like was happening is when lag was hitting, it wasn't updating properly. So then it wasn't doing it. That's why I like to do the equal to or less than. What do you mean? Sorry. What setup? Sorry, I don't think I totally understand that comment. The problem I've seen with your setup is if you close. So I'm assuming it's if you're close to water, it switches to a zero. Oh, yeah. So I in 2.0, that's what I've seen a lot is so yeah, I see what you're saying. No, it's fine. I was just trying to figure out like what you were meaning because you were saying my setup, but I don't have anything set up yet. No, you're fine, bud. You're fine. I just again like I just wanted to double check to make sure. So now this one should be zero if my math does me correct. 6. What? Did I not put 10 on? Interesting. Oh, might not have. Because might have not. Okay. So this should be 0. This should be 0. Okay. Interesting. We will go with it though. I'll just take that one off. Oh, based on yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Sorry. Now I understand what you said. Yeah, you based it off of mine, but you improved it like 100 times. Like by what you did with just having one of the inputs, and they go to all of them. That's brilliant. Like I when I first pulled that up and I saw that, I was like, okay. The first thing I thought is that you were doing one. So ideas that you can do is you could do it this way, but instead of having all of them being monitored, as soon as the first one hits, you can have them all trigger. Does that make sense? So it's a similar principle to what you did, but instead of having one input feeding all of them, you get rid of all the other inputs. You have one input, or you have one monitoring and one input, and then once that is done, that sends a signal to all of the spanners and repairs them all at the same time. Mind you, it's a waste of spanners because once you get to the fifth one, going with that pipe, what? Now I'm getting lost again. Anyways, that's what I originally thought, but I'm like, no, you're monitoring them all. But wait, you only have one like number input. So, and then like following the wires and seeing them, it actually makes sense. That again, very well done. I like that setup. Yeah. So, but you have to understand though that this is different than the program. They've changed it, and it's working more like programming. Um, but it's still like sorry. Um, it has similarities. So because you have a base, you have a bit more of an understanding. Which, sorry, give me a second. I see dirt on the ground. I just want to clear everything out. But I have a bit of programming understanding, and I worked with electronics, so and or gates, all this stuff. Like I do have an understanding of it, but even having an understanding of it, because I have an understanding of it, it it took me probably a little bit longer to correct some of the things because I was going by my own logic with understanding how circuits work. And because I was going, okay, why isn't this working? This is a AND gate and it's not working. It's because I was thinking like that. So it's good because then you have you have a better knowledge of what's going on, but it can be detrimental because you can end up like overthinking some of the things, and it's like, no, this has similarities to it, but it's like saying C plus is the same as Python. Like there's similarities, there's basics of them, but there is a clear difference between them. Yeah, that's I don't. Did you figure that one out? Because that is one of the things that I'm going to be testing. Is seeing. No, okay. I didn't think it would. I was hoping it would. Just because that actually would be cool if it did. Like, honestly, like to if you had it where you could just have it repair all four, like, well, what I would like to see is not okay. Let me go back on what I was just saying and correct it. What I would like to see that I think would be really cool with it is if you could put all four. You can put four. Um, it'll never happen, but you could put four filters on one pipe, have it monitoring that pipe, and then like it will monitor the lowest number. And then what will happen is or whatever way they would do it, but it would monitor all four of the filters. You have one spanner pointing at that four. When one hits that number, then it'll repair that one. Then when the next one hits that number, it'll repair that one. Or in the same principle, you put all four on there, and then as soon as one hits that lowest number, it shoots out four spanners and repairs all four of them at the same time. I think that would be neat to be able to do. Like if you can put all four on one pipe, like if you can put four filters on one pipe, I want to be able to repair all four from that one pipe. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Oops, that's one what? I won't be able to get it in that. I know that right now. Oops. Oh. Let's see if I can jump. Almost. Almost. That's exactly what I'm thinking too. Let's see if it'll let me up this time. Nope. Oh, there we go. Yeah, but logistics, man, I think it I think people don't like so everybody just, oh, how do I auto repair? How do I auto repair? Like there's so much you could do, like turning machines on. Have a certain scenario that turns your machines on. Cuz that can be done. Like you can monitor things, and as soon as you do one thing, it will do a sequence of either machines or something, right? Like there's so much more that it can do than auto repair. And that's kind of the stuff that I want to get into a little bit more. Like I want to control lights where, the machines are on and like it's flashing lights depending on what's going on with the machines. Is there any tier 2 or tier or 3 in that pit? The pit that I was at? The pit that I was at, I know there's tier 2. I haven't checked it for tier 3, but I'm assuming that all of the pits have a tier 2 and tier 3. Except the difference is that so you saw the ice or the snow helm. That was a deep pit. And I was just hitting tier 3. Now, on the other two, tier 3 is going to start at a higher location, which means that you're still going to get tier 3 pay dirt, but you're not going to get as big of a chunk as you would at Snowhelm. Or I saw somebody streaming and they had used nukes to get through the tier 3 dirt in Icehelm, and it goes back a long way. So that means that tier 3 dirt is going to be like, those nuggets are going to be like 100-pound nuggets. Like they're going to be huge. Which sign? Sorry. Nice. Oh my goodness. I'm doing acrobatics in a truck. Let's dance. Oh, this is hilarious. The dancing truck has returned. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's what I was saying to you before. Is that once you start getting to the new areas, you're able to get deeper, which you're gonna get some better yields. Yeah. Which pit did you go with? Did you go with the one here, or did you go with the one with the water at the bottom? I know my wand's around here somewhere. There it is. Yeah, I believe that's a good choice. Like like this just feels like a better place to be mining. I'll just take you. But I believe they all have tier 3. It's just I think that some of the tier 3 are go like some of the plots go lower. Okay, so like I was thinking, so the tier 1 power can only boost up to 180. Oh wait, hold on. I wonder what will happen if I put a tier 3 pipe on there. What do you think? Let's let's see what everybody thinks. Oh man. Or it's not tier 3, sorry, tier 2 pipe. What do you think? Do you think by putting, so I'll show you. Here we go. So I put this on here. it does it to 180. So this is boosting this pipe to 180. Or no, this is producing only 180. Okay, so do you think that a tier 2 pipe will get to the 380 or 370? What do you think? Do you think when I put this on here, do you think it'll get to 380 or do you think it'll be a 180? 370 or 180? I want to see your prediction before I put it on. No idea. Well, guess. What do you think? Yeah, it's so random. So, I think... Okay, so, logically speaking, it should only be 180. Yeah, well, it would be 177, not 178. Oh, sorry, you're right. 178. You're right. It would be 178. That's what it... In theory, that's what it should be. But if it's broken, which it very well could be, you're right, 178. So that part's working fine then. I just wasn't sure if it would like randomly like, oh, you're a tier 2 pipe. Let's put you at 370. That would be my prediction was the 178. I said I was going to say 177, but I forgot the tier 2 pipe is only 2.5, which would show 178. Now, here's a thought. I wonder. It shows 178, but technically it's 177.5, but they rounded to 178. If you put a machine on there, is it going to be 178 or does it actually go in the decimals when it's dealing with the machine? Just visually, it can't do a 0.5, so it's showing the whole number. Exactly. It would be interesting to know, but my guess is it produces a true value to the machine. But because you can't put, like, you could, but it just would make these a lot more. It'd make it look ugly if you put it with like 177.5. Like, it just wouldn't give you a proper look. And that's what I think. I think in the coding, I haven't looked at his coding, but in the coding, I think it's producing 177.5, but these pressure gauges round it to the nearest. Yeah. But I really don't think that 0.5 is going to make that much of a difference. Yeah. So if you're 9 blocks deep, that is huge because I think the very first plot you can only go 5 blocks. I think. Yeah, and again, this is why I was saying like the downfall to this one is that when you do go down, like you're bringing water down to where you need to be. Even though the water is closer than South Hope, it is you're still having to use a lot of pipe, and that's where the other one comes in like handy is your water's right there, so you're using like 5 pipes maybe to get to your machines, whereas here you're seeing 100 pipes out. Like you're using a lot more. The Bearded Grizzly, how's it going? Awesome name, by the way. The Bearded Grizzly, love it. I'll just throw this on. Oh, I'll throw it on here. Oh, I need my wand. Well, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm not saying that I know everything about the game. I am fairly knowledgeable about the game. And if I don't know, I will, like I've built this whole system here to test the pressure system because I figured a couple things out that weren't actually working the way they were supposed to. So I figured I'd test it out. So I am also, ooh, come on, drop that. I'm also working on some videos. So I'm actually about to record a video right now on pressure, and you get to hear my thoughts and that on pressure and how things are working. Easy. All right. I will walk you through. I'll just do this. It's easier than playing around with it. I'll walk you through the different dirt, and each site, except for the starter site, has the different dirts. Okay, so since I'm here, I am going to show you through the sign right now. So at Mildews, you have 3 different places. You see tier 1, which is higher than tier 2, which is in the middle, and then tier 3, which is lower, right? So that this is supposed to represent, like, tier 3 is your lowest dirt, tier 2 is your middle dirt, tier 1 is your top dirt. Okay, so on this plot, tier 1 dirt will go down here, and then this will go down to tier 2, and then that will go down to tier 3. I haven't checked it out. That's the way it looks like on the sign. That's my guess. So while I'm going to my plot where I can show you the tier 1 and tier 2 and then tier 3, tier 1 equipment only works on tier 1 dirt. So if you're wanting to do a bit of an experiment, if you have another plot of land, so if you went and got Mildews, and take a tier 1 shovel and shovel straight down, then you'll see where tier 2 dirt starts. And I'm going to show you that in the mine, or in Ice Helm. The problem with Ice Helm is vertical. This is the only plot that is vertical rather than horizontal. All other plots are horizontal. Is this tier? No, this is tier 2. And this is tier 1. So here's a tier 1 shovel that I've got. And this is the dirt in Ice Helm. So this is your plot. As you can see, like, this is... Oh, I left it on. Oh, well. Let me turn this off so it's not making as much noise. Actually, no. I'll leave it on because it'll give me a place to shovel. Oh. So the dirt's here and it goes back. So this is a horizontal plot rather than a vertical plot. But I can show you through here, okay? So if I come here, I can shovel this dirt over here and it's fine. Okay, go up, please. So any of this dirt around here, I can shovel it, it's fine, right? That means that this is tier 1 dirt. I've done a little mark. So this is where tier 1 ends and tier 2 starts. So if I try to shovel here, I can't shovel it because this is tier 2 dirt. But if I come over here, I can shovel it. So that's how you can judge where your tier 1 and tier 2 start. Okay. So then if I get my tier 2 shovel, I am in creative right now because I'm doing like video stuff. So tier 2 can like I can mine tier 1 dirt. So that's tier 1 dirt again, right? So all of this is tier 1 dirt. But remember, this is where the tier 2 started here, and I couldn't shovel this area. Well, now I can shovel that because I've got a tier 2 shovel. Right? So anything past the tier 1 I can do. So with tier 2 equipment, like shovels, tier 2 machines, can do. So like these machines are on tier 1 soil, but these are tier 2 machines. You can tier 2 can do tier 1 or tier 2. Just like when they release tier 3 machines will be able to do tier 1, 2, and 3 dirt. So in here, okay. I guess it didn't go far enough that way. Just give me a sec. Come on, highlight for me. There we go. So this is tier 3 dirt. So I can't dig it because I don't have a tier 3 shovel. Or a pickaxe. So this is all tier 3 dirt. Oh, that wasn't, but like you'll find some tier 2, but for the most part, like this is where tier 3 starts. So that's how you can tell like tier 2 and tier 3 and tier 1. So that's one of the videos that I will be doing as well. I'll be working on is like digging down so you can actually see the actual locations, and then showing. It's going to be a little bit of a longer video than the basics, but it'll show you like this is what I suggest for you to do to get to, or to figure out where tier 1 starts and where tier 2 starts and where tier 3 starts. Now, you said that you had slow moving conveyors. I will show you on how the pressure works, because I am going to now, unless you're still needing more clarification on the tier 1, 2, and 3 system. Yeah, this plot here is the only horizontal plot. It's right now. It doesn't mean they're not going to add one in the future, but all right. So I'm going to, you get the first look at the pressure system for my video. Now, while I'm doing the video, I'm not going to answer questions in chat. I will answer any of your questions after I'm done. I'm planning on maybe 10 minutes max of recording time. Just do a couple quick cleanup session here. Oh, I actually I'll put that in the video as well. Absolutely nothing. Ooh. Let's try it on this though. So if you put a pressure on a pressure, I have done that, and it's still it's the same thing. So all it is you're feeding, well, in this case it's 220. You would be feeding 220 into 220, and then coming out of there you would have the 218. So it doesn't really do anything else. It's the same basic concept of what I've done here. So like you have two separate ones, it's still going to take whatever your intake is. But if you put them like back to back like that, then I need to drop that. If you put them back to back, then like it's just literally going to be a waste of pressure. Oops. Okay, go into the pipe, thank you. See? So, no matter where it is on the system, it's going to pull whatever this one is. So, if I drop these again, grab one of these, yeah, okay, so again, so without a shard in there, it's just keeping that same pressure. Oh, I didn't mean to hit that button. I like that you can rotate the items now, so you can drop it in better. So now that should be 370. So this kind of scenario shows you pretty much everything on that you need to know. So whatever power like you're using, like whatever one of these you use, it's going to take the input from where it is. So even if you have them back to back, it's still going to take whatever input, whatever pressure from the input it can take. So if you're using the tier 1, it will only do 180. If you're using the tier 2, it'll do up to the 370. There we go. That is a question you need to answer. How many pipes, or how many you need on a pipe. So for the setup that I have here, it doesn't matter. Like So the only reason why you need these boosters is for your machines. The more pressure these machines have, the better they work. So again, like if you look at this pipe that I created, it starts off at 180 and then it's going to drop down to 0. And it does, so this doesn't matter, right? Because there's 3, there's 0. So at these pipes, it's getting 0. This pipe here, it's getting 0. Then I boost it, and now it's gone back up. So this is where I would put a machine, is at the end of this. So you run your pipes as long as you need to get to your machines, and then you only need to boost it at the machine. So even though there's 0 pressure going into this booster, it is producing now 370% pressure. And then I would put a machine, and then what I would do is I would do what I've done over here is add a machine directly to the booster so that this machine, so right now this machine would be taking 370% pressure. Does that make sense? So you don't boost the piping before the machine. You put a booster on right before the machine to boost that machine. And actually, all right, so I'm going to start recording. I pretty much have everything cleaned up. All right, I'm going to start recording, and then we'll talk about the machines, and I'll walk you through different things you can do with your machines afterwards. Hello, YouTube. Thank you for being here. Today, we're going to be talking about pressure. Welcome to DT Gaming. My name is Dunders, Thunder, or Kevin, whichever you would like to call me. Things that we're getting wrong or don't know or don't understand about pressure is what this episode is all about. All right, so we'll walk through the basics. We have basic iron pipe, which does 100% with no boosters. We have Cloutium pipes, which do 250% pressure straight from it without any boosters. Next thing we need to talk about quickly is boosters. You can put boosters on. I'll pull one of the boosters off. I've got Cloutium boosters on here to show you, but you can put boosters on that boost your intake. And on a Cloutium, you're going to, if you put Cloutium boosters on a Cloutium pipe, you're going to get a whopping 370% coming out of that intake. If you put Cloutium boosters on iron, you will get a whopping 220% coming out of that intake. Now, hold on. I said that it can only do 100. And I'm saying that I've got boosters on here that are going 220, but this pressure only says 180. Why, yes. Iron pipes can only handle up to 180% pressure. Cloutium does not have a maximum that I know of yet. That could change when tier 3 comes out. We are currently on 2.0. In 2.0, iron can handle up to 180% pressure, and Cloutium can handle up to 370% pressure. So, what does that mean? I've got a couple samples sitting here for you. This is the easiest way to show you for the iron. This iron intake, this may change, but at this point, this iron intake is producing 220 at the intake. These iron pipes that I have on here can only handle up to 180. But now let's get into the boosters. These boosters will boost from what the intake is. So I will go grab a booster from my truck so you can read the text on the booster. Now, I am in creative mode so that I can do these videos for you. But as you can see, this Cloutium pressure tank, you place a shard inside of it to increase the water pressure up to the same percentage value as the intake pipe. That is why the pressure coming out of here is 220. Now, you're looking at the numbers saying, well, hey, Dunder, it says 218. Yes, that's because this pipe reduces the amount of pressure by 2.5. From what I can understand with the programming, the reason why it says 218, not 217.5, is because in reality, it would look dumb if it said 217.5. So it just rounds it to 218. It's the same with this pipe here. So we have 180 coming into this pipe because this pipe can only handle up to 180, but this is actually producing 370. So we have the iron pipes reduce the pressure by 3%. So that's 3%. This is 5%. So that's 8%. This is another 2.5. So that's why it's 172. Now, a couple things with pressure. I will talk briefly about how and where to use the pressure tanks. So if I take this off and put this pipe on, you will see that when I open this up, this is at 117. So if you did the math on all the pipes that I've got along here, it'll drop down to 117. I've got a pressure tank with a bar in it, and you can see if I climb up here, I have a shard in here. You can either put a bar or individual shards in. I do the same thing, which is now producing. Let's turn this around so that it is the right way. And I did it wrong again. Thank you. There we go. So again, this here is going back to the intake pressure, which is 370%. This is showing 368 because this pipe is taking 2.5. Rounded up, 368. So coming out of the intake is 370% pressure. Now, if I was to put the machine... Come on. Doesn't want to connect. There we go. So if I put the machine there, this machine is now only getting 367.5% pressure, or 368. So when hooking up your system, you can just hook this directly onto your system. And as you can see, that works. So now this machine, this is outputting 370% pressure to this machine. So when you're hooking up your machines, this is how you want to do it where you can, so that your machines are getting the max pressure. Now let's go to this longer pipe. So right now we have Cloutium boosters with a Cloutium pipe, intake pipe. So this will be producing 370% pressure. This intake is producing 370% pressure. This pipe can't handle 370% pressure, which is why we have steam coming there. So it can only handle 180% pressure. But that's fine. And if I go way down to the end of this, we will see that at this pipe, we only have 3% pressure. And at this pipe, we have 0. Uh-oh, what's going to happen? Well, let's see. We have 0% pressure going to here, but because we are pressurizing it from where the intake is, we now have 370% pressure. Now, if you put an iron pipe on it, it drops it. Doesn't matter what the pressure is. If it's over 180%, it drops it down to 180%. So things you never want to do is put pressurize and then put iron pipes on the other side of a tier 2 pressurized vessel. Don't do it, because it's a waste. To also show a little bit more on how this works, a tier 1 only produces 180% pressure. So this line, as you can see at the intake, it's doing 370% pressure at the intake, but we're only getting 180% pressure out of this because it's a tier 1. Iron can only do 180%. If this is what you have and this is what you want to use, then you use it. But remember, even if you have it maxed out at 370% pressure, it doesn't matter. If you put an iron pressure tank on, it will only be able to produce 180% pressure. And that's a max. Now, as you can see, it does. Anywhere you put a tier 2, you're still going to get your 370% pressure. So I hope this clarifies things. To summarize things, your intake, iron can only do a maximum with boosters of 200 or 120% pressure, which if you do not have a tier 2 pressure tank, you will not be able to get that 220% pressure. So you'd be wasting your pipes. Tier 2 intake can do up to 370% pressure on the intake. But if you put an iron pipe on a Cloutium or tier 2 intake, it will drop the pressure down to 180. Iron pipes can only handle up to 180, except the intake. The intake can go up to 220, but in that case, you're better off getting a tier 2 Cloutium intake, because a plain tier 2 Cloutium intake will give you 250%. So if you're going to run lines and you want the cheapest way to get a decent amount of pressure, you will want to get a tier 2 intake with no boosters. Will give you 250. Run your iron pipes to wherever you need to go, then put a tier 2 Cloutium pressure tank on, and then you will be getting 250% pressure coming out of that. Hopefully that clears things up. If you liked it, please hit the like button. Subscribe if you choose to. It's free. It helps me out. Comment, and any questions, I will try to get back to you as soon as I can. Thank you very much. This is DT Gaming. Have a great day. Oops. Stop recording. Thanks for the follow. I'm going to be doing a bit of tweaks to the video probably. I just usually do a voiceover on it. But the bearded grizzly, does that make sense? So on the how the pressure works, I didn't go into conveyor belts. Well, I appreciate that. But so your conveyor belts, they work on pressure as well. So basically what you want to do with your conveyor belts is the same idea as what I've done here. So you want to you would put it on, so you'd put a pressure tank, and then you'd put your pipe for your conveyor belt. Oh, okay, good. So if you moved it, then I guess it did make sense what I was saying. Because you don't, that's one thing I'll add to. You don't want to put a pressure tank like here and then having it running. Like it just, there's no need for it. Because if you're just running pipe and there's nothing, like if I was having, what's it called? Conveyor belts on this, that's a different story. Because you don't want your conveyor belts getting down to zero. Because they wouldn't work. They would move slow. But, and again, the reason why I didn't go into conveyor belts on this is because I do want to do a little bit more testing with conveyor belts. Because the way I feel it works right now is if I put like here, if I put this here and then I put a conveyor belt on this pipe, it means that all my conveyor belts that are hooked to that will have that pressure. So all the conveyor belts will be at the 370% pressure that are hooked to it. Oh, my truck's over here. And again, like you want to make sure that you're hooking your machines directly to oh, I made it up easy that time. Right to your sorry. Right to your piping. Or right to your pressure tanks. And speaking of which, I don't think I have the tier 1 over there. Never mind. I'll go make a tier 1. The dancing truck. That is a great thing. Like, I don't know where you got that information from, but that is key information, is keeping your belts separate from your machines. So I'll kind of walk you through my little setup down here. So down here, my machines are on this pipe. So I've got a filter now. I put the the one that you don't have to repair on there, just to test that out. They will be changed in the future. I just want to get some videos out. And then this is my conveyor line. So I haven't put any pressure gauges on, or pressure tanks on my conveyor, but my conveyor runs along here, but then it stops, but it's still hooked into all of these, and they all, like, technically, by the time it gets to out here, this should be like 0%, but for some reason I'm holding like a strong, like, it's moving quite clearly well. And that's why I'm saying it's anything that is hooked to your conveyors, whatever the pressure is. So whatever the pressure is coming into it is a pressure that all your conveyors are going to get. And I don't think it decreases. So the piping that they're on, it does not decrease the value because it's acting as like a machine, so to say. So it's not decreasing the value. So, and this is why I think my system is working the way it is. I've got 370 coming out, minus 5, 10, 15, 20. So I'm losing 20% pressure. So I'm still at 350% pressure along my whole system. Does that make sense? Because that's how I think it's working. Because like, if you look at this, like, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, like 30. Like, I've got almost 60 pipes going along there. And in theory, 60 multiplied by 2.5, that's what? I don't know. A lot. Almost 300, which means that if it wasn't what I'm saying, then it means that this one would be running really slow, but it's not. You can see that this one is running, it looks like it's running at the same speed as the other ones. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a setup. That's why I'm clearing that one area out. I will be doing a setup to prove my theory or disprove the theory, depending on what ends up happening. Let's turn this all off now, because it doesn't need to be on. Where's my tier 1 drill? There it is. Ah, I thought I had that. So I'm going to Oh, yeah, I did throw it on there, didn't I? I'm going to show you a couple like things with setting up your machines. Did that go in? Oh, it did go in. I see it. Yeah, there we go. Let's go dancing. And oh, it didn't. So tier 1 is actually quite easy to set up for your machines. Basically, all you need to do is set them down. I'll just do a small little setup here. I just do 10. So this is how I usually like to set up. Come on, thank you. Set up a bigger but then I will also, oh, and this isn't couldn't let me do it here. Usually lets me do it. Maybe it's no, it shouldn't be too high. Did I have a show? Yeah, I did. Sometimes you do need to put dirt on. Let's see if it'll allow me to do it with the dirt on it. Or maybe, no, I think they might have fixed it. Interesting. Yep. Oh well. So if you're just looking at a basic setup, this is a basic setup that you would do. There's my wand. But if you're going for like a mega setup, then there's ways you can optimize your setup so usually what I do is I'll start off with this. But then run at the back, run a T into all of those. But so I don't think I have a T. Oh, I do have a T pipe here. I can use these. So I will usually run it like this, and then connect the tops of them. Because if you the way, so if I'm running like multiples, this is usually how I do it, because you need something feeding both of them. But I want to be able to put it in, and the amount of piping doesn't matter. So this is not a cost efficient way of doing double rows. This will save you space. Basically, this will just save you space on it, because you're using 3 pipes instead of 4 pipes. Because if you didn't do it that way, you have to do it this way. But then now this line is going to be taken up with other pipes. So if you do it this other way, you run 1 pipe along the top, and then you have all of these on. Oh, there's a shovel there, so it doesn't want to do that. Oh, hello. Hijacks. So Hijacks, I think that's how you pronounce your name. I'm enjoying it a lot. Nice. The Bearded Grizzly, 100k gold bar. That's awesome. Yeah, there was a patch. I don't know what was in the patch. It doesn't say. I would love to. I looked and I couldn't find any information on it. So my guess is there was a bug fix that was pretty crucial. Hijacks. I've been playing the game since pretty much release, and I enjoy it. I enjoy it a lot. I just finished doing a video on pressure. I just finished recording a video on pressure. So I just did that today, and I will be making a YouTube clip on it. Hi, Jinx. Okay. I do have a YouTube channel. I have 2 YouTube channels. One that I stream to, and one that I'm going to be putting the videos on. I haven't started the videos yet. I haven't uploaded any of the videos yet. So, I'm not going to release that information quite yet. Thanks for the follow. But this game, I will say, like, the potential this game has, and the potential this game has always had, is amazing. And I will be honest, like, this 2.0 patch has been, they killed it with this patch. They nailed a lot of things that weren't quite there on 1.7. So I played it for a long time, and then I kind of stopped playing it when they, like, last year, because they were talking about doing, like, the multiplayer. Then they were saying, it's gonna, like, not delete. You're not gonna have the saves, so you're gonna have to start fresh and everything. So I was like, oh, if I'm gonna have to start fresh, then I'll just wait for the patch. It did take them a while to get the patch in. I came back to it a few times, and then the release, now that the release is here, like, it just, again, they have done an amazing job with it. So right now what I'm doing is just like I'm in creative mode right now because I'm going to say I'm trying to find breaks in the system. I'm trying to break the system to see if I can figure out shortcuts, figure out different things. One of the things, for instance, one of the things with the pressure, if you have a tier 2 pressure pipe and you put Cloudium piping, it's 370% pressure. And this may not mean too much to you, but you can run iron pipes through your whole system. And as long as you're using a tier 2 pressure, you're going to get the 370% pressure. I paid more than $10 for this, so $10 is a steal for this. And again, like, so for games, especially games like this, and we kind of talked about this yesterday as well, on games that say have microtransactions and things like that. So this game doesn't, but I'm just saying, I don't mind, like, especially $10. I don't mind spending $10 on a game that I've enjoyed for a long time. And microtransactions are the same way. Oh, thank you. Is it copy?
Yes.
Through the press or through
the press.
Okay, thank you. I don't mind, like, especially games that have microtransactions, and we were talking about that with this game. It'd be nice if they had something in this game where they did some microtransaction, and that way it's a way people can support if they choose. Because if you look at your time, what is your time worth? If you spend $10 on a game and you play that game, say 10 hours, that's $1 an hour. That's nothing. If you spend $10 and you only played it 10 hours, that you've got more out of the game than you put into it. So I would encourage to get it. I'll be honest, I'm not sponsored. I have no contact or anything with the creator Max. So me saying that, I don't get any kickbacks or anything, but especially supporting people like Max. He is an amazing guy. He's worked so hard to get this done. He listens to the community. He works with the community. Like these are the type of games that you want to support because you want to back the people that are doing it, so that they can keep bringing in content. And again, like, if you look at this game, if people don't continually buy this game, then this game is just going to amount to nothing. And it's going to crash because there's no in-game transactions. Like, as far as I know, he has no other games that are bringing in money for him. So nice. Well, congratulations. If you want, I can walk you through things to give you tips. Sorry, my wife just brought me a coffee, and it's good. Yeah, once you get it going, I'm going to show you a couple things to help you out. And I'm going to be honest, and I'm not saying this to be rude to any of the other YouTube videos, but there's a lot of things that those other YouTube videos are getting wrong. And this is why I'm creating some of my content. And one of the things that I feel that a lot of YouTube videos are getting wrong is where to go after you've finished, I'm going to say, panhandling. After you finish, like, doing the manual dig, scrub, dig, scrub, dig, scrub, dig, scrub. Where do you go after that? And even the digging and scrubbing part, I've got things that I do to kind of for me, make it more efficient and make it feel less grindy. Well, okay, so I have ADHD. So I never was a big coffee fan, but we get this like really nice coffee that has like a almondy taste to it, and it helps me to focus. But I never really drank coffee. I was more of a soda person. But a pipe dripping in the tub. Yes, getting a pipe dripping in tub is pretty key to it. But there's a lot of things like, so again, I'm gonna go to my starting area, and I'm going to show you a couple like quick things, because like, again, like there's so many things that people do because they've always done it, and I've always tried to find the easiest and quickest ways of accomplishing the tasks. So I will say most of the copy that's out there, I'm not a big fan of. And in my opinion, if you have to add tons of sugar and tons of cream, and then it's not worth drinking. Like the whole point of drinking something is because you enjoy the taste, not because that's what everybody else wants you to do. So, actually, I'm going to start a whole new one. Let me save and return to menu. I'm going to start a whole new one just for you. So, new game. Let's call it Stream. And I'm not going to do creative mode. Oh, I didn't do the cloud save. Oops. Whatever. So, just something to keep in mind. Like, they start you with equipment for a reason. And the equipment they start you with, they give it to you for a reason. So, grabbing a shovel. Oh, didn't want to drop it there. There's ways to maximize, like, what you do. So, what I usually do is I'll just throw this in the water. Where did the brush is still there. Then I take this and this is how I like to start. Just fill up the bucket. Dump the bucket. Fill up the bucket. Dump the bucket. Rather than going back and forth, just sit there, and just keep dumping the dirt out. So you literally just keep doing this. And this is the same thing as if I was to fill a bucket then dump it into there. But here's where it comes into play, is that if you want to get even fancier to make this a little bit more streamlined, dump the bucket. Dump it into your... What? Did it not? It did. How come I can't? There we go. This is like new new way of doing it, because all you do is you just stack them all into here, and this is going to make things so much quicker for doing it. Again, they give you these equipment, and I don't see people using the equipment. Like, oop, I dropped it. So, like, why wouldn't you want to start this way? Like, instead of taking the time, like, I will tell you right now, I would beat any person in a race to the amount of gold that you get within an hour doing it this way. Oop. Than doing it any other way. I'm not wasting time scrubbing. I'm not wasting time doing all that yet. And you just keep doing this until you get tired of doing it. And then once you're tired of doing this, then you, oop, I meant to drop that. Then you take your cart, plop it down in a place where you can actually access it. You grab your scrubber, drop, then you just grab dirt, drop, pick up, scrub, drop. Oops. Oh, it's in a bad spot. Let me fix the cart again. There we go. So, in my opinion, this is going to be much faster, much easier than, because then you can literally fill that cart up full of dirt, and we'll see what we get after this little, what, 10 minutes or so. I know there's more in here. Oops. I picked up gold. I didn't mean to. Sometimes you're going to mess up and do that, though. Oops. Now let's see how much that few minutes got me. With fishing, yeah. Absolutely 100%. I agree. I am 100% for the fishing. Now, again, like, I'm showing things that 252 coin just in a few minutes. Like, it doesn't take much. It's a lot more efficient doing it the way I just did it than doing it the way that most people do it, where they shovel it into the small bucket, take the bucket, dump it into the bigger bucket, then dump the big bucket into the water, then scrub it. No, leave the big bucket in the water and do that. So with this, now I should be able to get enough to have water dripping in normally, which should start yeah, let's just go with that. And then again, I can start doing it the same way again. But now I can do it closer to. Now I don't need the card to fill it up. I just. Okay, you're supposed to be in there. Thank you. Yeah, I like the fishing route, and the funny thing is, doing the fishing route, you still need coin in order for you to get your fishing rod, though. How much is a fishing rod? 52 coin. So you still have to do something to get that first 52 coin. And if you do it the way that I just suggested, it's so much quicker. Oops. Come on, there we go. Okay, fine, go there. I love it when that happens. Let's see if, oops, not what I wanted. I want to pick you up. Let's see if I can get it to drip differently. Now I can drop it there and it'll constantly. So again, I can just do this. Oops. And I just, all I have to do is just build up a nice little, like, grouping of rocks to be able to fill it up again. But again, like this is a, oops, this is a very simple but more efficient way than wasting your time doing it individually, because you're doing, it comes down to like the manufacturing idea. No problem. So it comes down to like manufacturing type mentality. Like if you, where's, did I? Okay. That's weird. I lost the bucket. I don't even know where it went. Didn't drop there. I didn't hear it hit water. Oh well, I'll just get another bucket. You're only a couple coin. And again, like 320 versus 430, you're saving 100 coin. Now, if you wanted to get even more efficient, you could have bought a conveyor belt instead of using the bucket and having to pick the bucket up, and you just keep shoveling on the conveyor belt. Oops. So let's start doing this now. And I know you're there. That was weird. Why did you fall out of the bucket? I probably should have recorded this. That's okay. It doesn't take long to do this part. Now let's see how much I got. Oops. Didn't mean to throw that. And see if I can go get... Now let's see if I can get a conveyor belt. Only 113. Not quite. Oops. There's my coin. Oh, I might be able to. I can't remember how much conveyor belt cost. I think it's a couple hundred. Let's go see what a conveyor belt costs. This will be good for me to know when I do the video on this. Jump off the side. Now dance. But the other thing with the hot coffee is it helps with my throat. $220. Nice. I think I have that. $230. So now this is going to start me flying. Uh-oh. Where did I throw that coin? Small little coin in the middle of nowhere. So 220 coin gets you a conveyor belt. Once you got a conveyor belt, you will be flying. Oops. Oh, that's not gonna work. Oh well. It will work on here though. No, that's not happening. That might work. Let's see. Oh, I dumped. That's why. Not quite. No, it won't go in. I need a couple more pipes in order for that to work. So let's put you aside. Get a couple. So many dirt chunks. Yeah, that should be enough to get me the harvester. Come on, there you go. No, you don't want to go down? What? There we go. And again, it just becomes drop, scrub. But as you guys can see, I'm already a good chunk of the way in, and not even an hour has elapsed. And as soon as I can get the harvester, oops, wrong one. As soon as you get the harvester, this becomes so much easier. Oh, I got Cloudium. Nice. I'm going to take you out. Put you by there. I'm going to take you out because Cloudium is needed materials. Well, so is iron, I guess. Oops. I hate this keyboard. I really hate this keyboard. It keeps ghosting. Yeah, it is. That's a huge job. Another Cloudium. Yay! Nice. Where's the brush? Oh, did I lose the brush now too? Come on. I don't know what they did, but this little bug that they fixed has created more bugs because things are like, I've not lost items like I have just today. Yeah, I didn't throw you that way. Thank you. Stupid ghosting. I hit it once and then it's counting as double pressing. That looks like Cloudium there. Is that Cloudium? No, it's gold. Okay. And again, yeah. Again, like this is like this game is very much you play it how you want to play it. Let's see if this gave me enough to get the harvester. Oh, so close. What? I think it's was what? How much was this for? No, 320. I got enough. Oh, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. I have enough for the harvester. And yes, I'm going with the harvester, not the drill, because this will allow for faster. Oh, there's a gold chunk there. We'll just put you in there for now. Let's get a couple more pipes. How much do I have? 30, 44. I can get 2 straight pipes. Come on. Thank you. All right. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Come on. There we go. Now, what? That wasn't what I was... Where's my... bucket? And then now, this is where things get so much easier. Let's put a bit of dirt around you. Get it all set up. I gotta hurry because my machine's gonna break because I don't have filters on it. I could just unhook the water from it, but now, one thing I have noticed with the harvester is the ore comes out the middle of that hole. I need to plan that out just a little bit more. I'll just dump it there. Yeah, it's not going in. Now is it gonna go in? Nope. What? Why? Why are you being a pain? Do I have... I think I might have it a little high. Yeah. Okay. So... Now will it go in properly? Almost. Now will you go in properly? Nope. Now that should work. Come on. There we go. Is he gonna keep working? Yeah. There we go. Yeah. Now, this is where you just farm. Until your heart's content. Yes, crazy. You're absolutely correct. Sorry, I missed your chat. What I'm doing though right now is I'm starting from scratch. This is less than an hour. This is about maybe 30 minutes in, and I want to prove that you can get further by instead. So let me just explain what I've done. So I started off just shoveling into a bucket, like everybody has to start off. Then I bought an intake and just a couple pipes so that I can do it. Now, instead, so something that I've always done, instead of sitting there with a bucket, oh, there's an iron chunk. So this is literally like less than an hour into the game, and this is just proving that you don't need. First of all, you don't need to dig down to the bottom to be able to make gold. Yes, you get better yields from going down the bottom. That's 100% correct. The other thing is the mistakes. So I'm going to be. Sorry. I'm also working on videos. I don't have any coin to buy another bucket. Let me just. So what I see a lot of people doing and making videos on is this is what you do to start off. You shovel, you fill up this bucket here. Take this bucket, dump it into. Oh, that turned me pretty good. Dump it into this bucket here, and then brush it. So, if that works, and I'm not saying it doesn't, but it's not the most efficient way. So, if you're looking at doing it quickly, what I would suggest you fill up a bucket and then do that. You can, because you can get more done doing it this way. And if you even want to get, like, they give you these items for a reason. So what what I'm showing is going to be the most efficient way of doing it. Using the cart, you take it, fill up a bucket. And I showed this earlier on the stream. You dump it into here. This cart would hold umpteen, like, as many as dirt chunks as you want. And you just keep filling up the cart. Oops. That was funny. Anyways. I didn't mean to drop it. My keyboard is garbage. It goes, so I press a button once and then all of a sudden like 2 or 3 times. So anyways, you fill this up. You just keep going, filling it until you're done with it. Then you take this over to the water, drop it. Drop the bucket here, then you would take this piece, drop it into the bucket, and then brush it, rather than doing it individually, because it's more efficient doing it this way, because you're doing a whole bunch of ones at one time, rather than doing one thing, running, doing another thing, running, doing another thing, then doing that circle. You like what way? Sorry. Yeah, it's to each his own. But see, I like if you're looking at doing something quick and efficient, doing the bucket to the river, like running back and forth, it's not the most efficient. If that's what you like to do, that's great. But yeah, okay. So and then again, like so that's how I start. Is that's what I do to start. And then I take that and I sell it. After doing what I just showed you, like shoveling them into here, then I take that and sell it. Then the next thing I do is I buy a conveyor. Then I set again. Then I'll set this up underneath the conveyor, right? Instead of having the harvester, I'll set this up underneath the conveyor. Conveyor is only 220 coin, so it's not hard to get the conveyor. And then I'll just stand on the conveyor and shovel dirt onto the conveyor, and then the dirt drops into the bucket or into my wagon. Then I take the wagon to the water, or I just removed the belt and let the water drip into it, and then do the same thing. Pull it from the wagon, put it into the bucket, and then scrub it. And then it's much quicker. And then 320 coin, you get the harvester, which is where I'm at right now. And I go harvester first instead of the drill first. So the way I'm doing it, you don't need a T-pipe. So the way you're doing it is great. Like I've done it that way in 1.7. Here, let me remove a pipe so I'm not wrecking my machine. So the way with the T-pipe, it's great. I've done it that way, and there's nothing wrong with it. And like what I'm saying isn't to put any other way down. What I'm saying is to show that let's think out of the box. The most common ways that I see done is like what you were saying. So fill up the bucket. Take the bucket to your thing, dump it in, scrub it, bring the bucket back down, dig again. Like, yes, that works. And that's fine. And that, like, there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah. And that's fine. That's actually, in all honesty, that's how I've started 90% of the games 90% of the saves that I've done. That's how I've done it. I do a bucket, fill it up, sell it, and then buy a fishing pole. And then I'll put on like I'm a big Critical Role fan. I'm geeky. I like D&D stuff. So I'll put on a video of Critical Role that's like 4 hours, and literally just sit there and watch it and click the pole, hear the splash, click it again, click, like double click, and keep doing that. And I don't care. Like I do that, and then I usually have enough to keep going. But what I'm trying to show is, so the two ways that people do it is fishing and doing the whole like take the bucket, do it, and shovel and brush it. But that's not the most efficient way you want to do it. And people are claiming that that's the most efficient way. If you're going to dig, this is the most efficient way to do it, which is not. They give you, like, in my opinion, they give you these tools to use. And literally, if you can, like, you can put dirt chunks into the carts. Why not do it? Why not fill up a cart with dirt chunks where they're all in one place, take the whole dirt chunks to the river, and then do the scrubbing that all at one time. If you look at manufacturing, that's how manufacturing works. Like manufacturing, they don't manufacture one individual thing at a time. They manufacture a whole bunch of the one part, and then that part goes down a conveyor line. And that's basically the mentality that I'm putting into the game, is doing it like a conveyor belt. You get as much dirt as you want or as you need, or until you get bored of digging. Then you take that and you scrub it. And then you take that and sell it. And then now you're at a point. So within half an hour, I'm at a point where if I was to sell what I have here, I could also now buy probably a drill. But I don't need to yet, because, and again, like it's to show that you can make the money. Like you can get the items you need. Don't throw it. Thank you. Without having to dig down, without having to clear anything, just doing this. And so when I get a drill, I can show you that shoveling, you can shovel 3 times faster than a drill can. So the harvester is cheaper. My argument to this is the harvester is cheaper. So doing it this way, you're spending a lot less money than buying a harvester and doing it that way and having water dripping into the harvester. You're more efficient because you can do 3 times the amount of work that a drill can for less money and less time. And no, I've never ever seen anyone talk about this. Never. All the times it's always buy the drill, get the drill set up, have water dripping into a pan, let the drill spit into the pan, scrub it. Well, that's good. Again, it's not bad. Like, again, it's not a bad way of doing it, but if you're looking for the most efficient way, and people have claimed that that's the most efficient way of doing it for the whole like mining part, not going the fishing route. So if that is the case, that is not the case. That is not the most efficient way. If I can do this 3 times faster than a drill, and for a lot less money, like you're looking at roughly saving around 400 hydrocoin doing it this way. Like, why wouldn't you? Unless you just don't want to do that work and you just want to. So the other thing is, the other way works great if you want to do, like, if you get a macro, let's say, to like an auto clicker or a macro to click, then to sit there with this and auto clicking on a bucket and then running it and then walking away doing whatever you want. That's what I plan on doing. That's exactly what I plan on doing to show the difference in the speed. But that's a bigger video. So I want to get some of the basics out there first that people are getting wrong or not doing the way they should before I do stuff like that. So I'm going to do a video on different starting ways. And then I'm going to do like time tests on them. And show different speeds on how you can get to where you want to get in the speed you want to. So I'll be honest. Okay. So I know 1.7, you definitely would beat me in fishing. No matter which way I do it, you definitely would beat me in fishing. But now It'll be close. It really would be close. You would have to get really lucky with fishing and upgrade your pole in order for you to beat me. In my opinion, from what I've seen. That's like that's the downside to fishing, is that it's not there's not a uniform. Whereas with the mining right now, it's uniform. I know that tier 1 dirt on the top in the first one, I'm going to get roughly about 0.3 to 0.5 in the weight. I'm going to say ounces, pounds, whatever you want to call it. I'm going to call it pounds. Just keep it safe. But I know that if I was to get a scale, this top dirt is going to yield me about 0.3 to 0.5 per nugget. Some nuggets I've seen up to 0.7, but on average, you're looking about 0.3 to 0.5. Yeah, that's what I did. So in a 4-hour, so on that other one that you've seen me play on that one, that's what I did. I watched a 4-hour Critical Role show fishing. I went and I turned and sold it, and that gave me enough to get everything I needed to be able to move on with it. What are you showing this time? Let's see. Oh, your fish, yeah. Why don't you put it in a bucket? I usually just sit there with a bucket and fish. I just like, personally, I just like, see, again, there are two things. I do it with a bucket just because that's how I did in 7, before 1.7. We didn't have carts. But if you take a cart and you set it like down and then fish into the cart, they're all going to drop in the cart, and it will make it easier for you to sort and throw in if you're wanting to upgrade fishing pole and stuff like that. But unfortunately, well, actually, let's try something. I'll give it a try. See, so before you weren't able to set down your card anywhere. Let's see if I can set the card on top of a like, in my opinion, carts are like they're awesome. What they've done with the cart. The only problem, like what I'm trying to do here, is it's the cart's still behind me. Yeah. So, oh wait, look, I could sell. Will it allow me to? Doesn't allow me to press it while it's... So yes, if you can get the cart on top of this, you might be able to sell it. But it doesn't look like you can. If you had a second player, you probably could. You could get somebody to put it on top so it can sell. And then... The fast card is seriously amazing. Like, again, I didn't have the carts when I first started playing, but the carts, I love the fast cart. The fast cart is awesome. But again, like this setup, to get this setup, to be able to make the amount of money that I've made in that short amount of time, like, and nobody has said anything on doing this, it just blows my mind. That's 1,000 coin in less than an hour. So to get that this 1,000 coin, almost 1,000 coin, sorry, not quite 1,000, but to get 920 coin, that was only literally like the few minutes I was shoveling onto it. And now I'm set up to be able to I can get a drill. And again, you don't need to put the drill at the bottom to start off with. Yes, ideally you want to get it down to the bottom, but once you like let's see right there. Buy a couple pipes. Oops, I want the coin. I will, nope, not yet, but I need that. Let's get 2 in case I need to go back. We'll grab a couple U. I will need U. Let's just go, oh, there we go. Oh, I didn't bring the card over. Oh, well. But for doing this stuff, like using the cart is so great. And the fast cart is so awesome for moving stuff around. And it's funny because all I do is I just bring it in like this. Oh, you didn't work. Thank you. And here we go. We will, nope. I thought I grabbed the T. And it's not going to go because of you. Thank you. Oops. No, I need to come out one more. Let me go buy a valve to turn it on and off. Now again, like this, what I'm doing right now is not an end. It is the beginning of it, and then it's going to expand from here. So, like, I'm going to change piping out so that it's a little bit more efficient, add pressure to it so that it... Okay, thank you. And this won't go in because the cart's in the way. And I do need one more. Oops. Straight pipe. Yeah. So if I wanted to put things in here, I could put it all in the cart, drop the cart on here, and then sell, like, buy it all at once. When I'm doing, like, later on, I will do stuff like that. in this run, because I'll be buying, like, I'll dig this out to the bottom, and then that's like 4 or 5 like uprights I need, so I'll fill that up, and it's going to need a lot more than that. And this won't turn on because I don't have dirt, but I do have a shovel, and let's shovel. And now I can show. Did that turn on? I can't see the light. Nope. I thought I had the... Oh no, I went and sold. Oh well. Come on. Oops. Okay. You are not cooperating the way I want you to. Okay, let's fix this. Oops. Not quite what you're not going where I want you to go. Thank you. Now that should work. Let's turn this off though. Because I will do what you were saying, is get a block to put it on. I love these blocks, by the way. Are you going to go down for me? Oh, the other thing I don't know if people know is if it's up, you can use your scroll wheel and it'll try to place it into another place. Okay. Why won't you go? I don't think that's going to catch them though. Huh. Oops. Ah, that's not what I want. Whatever. No. Ah. Okay, I'm highlighted on the shard and you're picking up the bucket. Thank you. Ah, I highlight the shard and it's picking everything up but the shard. There we go. Let's go and get one more thing to get it set up properly. Or not. Oh, it is. Okay. Down. Why won't you allow me? Okay, let's see. Yeah, that's not going to go in. Guaranteed that won't go in. Crap. Oops. Come on. Thank you. Yeah, it's not dropping in. So, let's shut it off for now. So these are things that I need to work on as well on how to make this a little bit more efficient with what you have in the starting area. Well, let's just get another one of these. Come on, click. Thank you. Because I could get a funnel and just put this inside the funnel, and that would work. But if I do this, I can make a bit of a platform. For it to sit on. But that, again, is still going to be too high. That should work. Almost. Come on. Let's do a little bit this way. Now that should work. Let's try it. Yep. Yeah, so that works. There we go. Now that works. Now I can help it out by shoveling more into it. And then we will get, next thing we will get is a sorter. How did that get up there? Interesting. Well, I think I got it. Oh. Haha, I knew that was going to happen. So the whole point of this is within an hour you can get to a point where you're pretty self-sufficient. You're starting to automate the process. You're still coaxing it along a little bit, but it's still going to work the way you need it to work. But as you can hear, I can do 3, sometimes a 4 in the time that produces 1. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. So yeah. So with no without the higher pressure, I can actually do 4 to this 1. So to sit there and buy the drill first, like I can dig 4 to the drills 1 at the beginning. You can use as many drills as you want at one time. Now, I'm going to leave this running because now it's going to be working while I'm showing you different things. Now, here you can only buy 1 at a time. So I'm only able to buy one of each of these machines. So I can't pick any more of these up. If I want to get more, which I will be doing, you need to smelt down your iron, and you need 300 grams of iron. So usually I wouldn't be buying this. Let's see if I have enough money to buy weight. I should have enough to buy a scale. I thought there was a scale here. I guess not. Oh well, let's buy though one of these and see if I can get another drill going. All right. Oh, I didn't bring it again, and that doesn't work anymore. So basically, I want to get a sorter first, and not a hand sorter, because the hand sorter is okay, but it's not great. So for now, I'll just get a bunch of iron from what is coming out. Nope. Why did you fall all the way down? Thank you. So this is not ideal, but this is something you can do. If you're just starting out, this is definitely a viable option to get 300 grams of iron. Yeah, it dropped. So I can just look in there and I see the gray, and I just pick up the gray ones. So again, not ideal, but it will work. You can spend money. It's like 200 and something for a hand sorter, but I'd rather buy an actual sorter, and I'll show you how I will do it in a moment. I just need to make sure I have enough so that I can get the hand sorter and at least one more conveyor. So I'm just going to try to spend a few more minutes shoveling. The other thing is you do want to shovel out plot. Well, I shouldn't say you do. You may want to shovel out plots because there are hidden relics amongst the plots, and finding them is pretty fun. I don't use mods, no. And I enjoy playing games the way they're intended to play, for the most part. So there are some things like in 1.7 I did use a mod, and the mod was it made the grinders bigger. So the mouth of the grinder, let's say it was this big, it made it a bit bigger. So it made it less, there was less things that were going wrong with it. Because in 1.7, like grinders would get literally blocked up. And there was, again, like it wasn't any one particular thing. So here, like you just put it on it and it drops in. Before you had to have it centered, you had to have it like small bricks, and even then like they would just fall in and they would get stuck like on the side or like somewhere, and then all of a sudden another piece would get stuck on it, another piece, and then they would meld together and make a huge boulder, and then this huge boulder's blocking it, and then everything starts backing up, and just it made it a nightmare. Marie, I don't know, I'm not sure. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, and it's the same principle as what's happening with the iron right now, is how it gets backed up, and then all of a sudden you've got like this huge mound of iron, and then you go to move it and it's like it creates a mess. The drills were doing that. So there was a mod that made it so, or not the drills, the excavators were doing that. So there was a mod that made it so that they didn't do it as much. It still did it, but it didn't do it as much. And again, like 2.0, man, like this would have already backed up on 1.7. Like, and that's not an exaggeration. Like this just basic setup would have given me such a hard time in 1.7. Whereas now it's like I can literally sit there and even like shoveling dirt on this. Like before you had to be above it, facing down to shovel dirt on it, or else it didn't work. Now, as long as I'm like facing it, so like I put it on there and it goes in. Like as long as I've got it highlighted and not like a pipe highlighted or the back, it'll go onto it. So again, like so much quality of life stuff that he's done in 2.0. It's awesome. I'm so excited. Again, like I'm excited to see where it's going, because there's still things that need to be fixed. Don't get me wrong, but for it to be this much smoother, run this much better, and oh, turn off. My thing broke. Do I have enough to get a wrench? That is the question. I should. Nope, I don't, because wrenches are 53. All right, so I'm going to have to sell. So let's take you. Oh, there's a lot in this. Yeah. But before, like, so in 1.7 he had the clean dirt, but prior to that, like, it wasn't much prior to 1.7 that he, oh, look at that 2,000 coin. Nice. I will take that. Thank you very much. Now I have enough that I can actually make something work. But like, you didn't have the ability to remove dirt or remove like items lying on the ground. So it was quite a nightmare. No, I want the coin, thank you. Let's take you out. And I think there's an iron chunk there too. Yep, right there. Well, let's see if this will work. Yep. Even doing what I just did prior, oh my goodness. Things would go flying. So, let's start with getting bag. And we will fix you. And I know you're going to need a fixing soon, so... Oh, I hear it running. I didn't shut it off, did I? There we go. Now let's go get the sorter. So this is a way I like to start because, again, I find this start a little bit more efficient. Let's see if I hit the brick wall. Nope. Let's see if I fall. Let's go for a dance. Dance, dance. No, come on. Come on. Oh, okay. Enough playing around. Thank you. That's where I wanted to go anyways. So now, I got some coinage. We will take you, put you in here, and I need one of you. I will get two because I have enough to get two. And then we will need maybe one. What are we at? 1,200. Okay. Nah, I'm not gonna get this. All right, so that should be enough for now. Let's see. Let's see how this works. And what I will be doing is creating another line for the belts. Yeah, but I'm not going to bother with the scale at this point. So the scale would just be, in all honesty, the scale at this point would just be to show you guys like how much I'm getting from it. The setup that I'm going to do right now, it's just I'm going to be able to split things out and get I know what I didn't get. Okay. I didn't get the funnels. I was going to get some funnels. All right. So let's move things away. Iron can go in here. Gold can go here for now. And then let's get you out. All right. So I just want to make sure I have enough coin to get the piping I need to be able to run it to where I need it to. Oops. So actually, let's do this more efficient because I'm going to need a bunch. So I'm going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12-ish. Okay. No, why did you fall? Thank you. All right. So let's get you. So I need 1. I'm gonna need 2 of you. Let's get that. Let's get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And that should be enough. Might be a little off. And that's another use of the cart. You just pump it all up, run it over here. All right. And we will run you here. Come on, go down. Please go down. Thank you. There we go. Actually, let's move you over to the side. There we go. And we will run piping. Along. Oh, wait. No. I'm going to need a couple more elbows. Because I got to bend it down and to the side. So, I need you. Oh, you need to go down first. Actually, maybe... Ooh, no, I need at least one more. Yeah, I'm gonna need at least one more elbow. Nice, half of it. That is a good chunk. You are making a good progress on that. I actually have a bit more of the one that I was working on done as well. Okay, so I need one more elbow. Elbow gun. I will buy a pressure tank for it because I think I will need. Oh, I guess I'm not buying a pressure tank. Come on, there we go. And there we go. So I need this to go there. There's this to go there. This to go there. Then we will put... that's not gonna work. Shoot. Let's see if I can get you down. I'm kind of scared to put that. Ah, it's working. Oh, I put it on the wrong part. Shoot. Shoot. Now I can't pick it up. That sucks. Oh well. So if I go... Fine. 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 Be that way. I will use pans. And then I need a piece of iron. And we'll put iron up here. Come on. And then we'll put a piece of gold on this one. Okay. Thank you. Gold. There we go. Now let's turn it on. Turn it on. There we go. It is going in. Alright, so let's make a mess. Hopefully that falls in. There we go. I still will need another to catch everything else, so I'll take you off. And grab another one of these pans. Okay, why won't I? There we go. Oh no, I want to cork that off. Yeah, that is so true. I need, there it is. I need you. No, come on. Stay on there. So now we have a working system. Still not quite efficient. But now I can just... Oh, wait. Oop. So now, with this setup, two things that I would suggest with this setup. One, you could sort Cloutium, because you're going to need Cloutium right away, and just sell the gold regular. And so, ideas that you can do, sort Cloutium, and have the Cloutium going into a bucket and everything else going into the other bucket. So you're sorting iron and Cloutium in the setup that I've just got, because I was able to get two of them. Iron so that you can get another drill. Cloutium so that you can work with tier 2 stuff. Or you could do what I'm doing. Don't worry about the Cloutium yet, because you're still on stage 1 stuff. Make the gold into bars, make the iron into bars, make gold into a necklace or something to get a little bit of extra money, and then sell that. That's the idea that I'm thinking. That's the reason why I'm choosing to sort it this way. But it's not a big deal because you're not going to be at this stage long enough to really make that big of a difference on what you're going to sort. So the idea is within like I would say less than half an hour, you're going to have enough to fully sort what you want to do. And then once you've got everything ready to be sorted, then it just snowballs quicker and quicker and quicker. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is like, so that's what I'm saying is like for sorting, maybe people want to sort that Cloutium out and not want to sell those couple chunks. So I did that. Like if you look in here, I saw a couple Cloutium and I pulled it out because I saw it. So that does two things for me. It allows me to actually use these to put on top of a sorter, so I'm not waiting to try and find Cloutium. Because in this case, like, you're right, like there's very little Cloutium coming through. So you want to kind of save what you have. But again, like you will start getting more and more Cloutium. The further you go, the further down you go, the better the yields you get, the higher the chance of getting Cloutium. So the idea is if you're going for kind of speed runish type idea, then you do this, you then sell that stuff, you buy a bigger plot of land. So you get enough, like I would have enough to buy the South Hope land in less than half an hour, but maybe I just get 900 and buy the quarry, and then start like move this over to the quarry and start making it over there, because that'll allow me to go deeper, allow me to get better yields, and then it'll allow me to better upgrade to tier 2 stuff. Now, in saying that, one thing that I can do is once I get, even if I just get one of these going, and I get enough to buy another dig site, let's say I buy the quarry, what I can do is leave this running here, go over to the quarry and start preparing the quarry. So take a bunch of pipes over there, start getting pipes over, come back to here, hopefully get enough iron in that time to be able to get, say, a tier 1 drill, hook a tier 1 drill and excavator up. Like it's just one of those things where as soon as you get to this point, you're good. Oh, that's another Cloutium piece. So let me get that piece out. There's Cloutium. There's another Cloutium. And there's another one. Come on. Yeah. So again, like this is working to my favor because I've got a few Cloutium pieces now. To like, this is nothing. Like honestly, like I said, like this yield, these are probably 0.3. So I'm probably like a pound, and you need like 300 pounds to be able to let's put you on here. So you need 300 pounds. Like, so this This isn't even like a dent. This is like one small amount. Long time no see. Curse of the Badger. When was it? When was the last time you watched? Like, that would have been like almost a year ago, actually. Curse of the Badger. Like, if you were here before, I apologize. I had a death in the family, and I was gone for almost 2 months there, and then due to issues with that, it like I just wasn't able to stream, and then it ended up costing me like almost $7,000. So we're still trying to get caught up from that, and then I end up with COVID. Coming back from that, I end up with COVID, and then I just got COVID about 3 weeks ago, and I'm just starting feeling better now. So I'm like, let's start streaming again. Let's start making some videos and get going again. So I appreciate you being here. Oh, I don't want my shovel. So what's new and exciting with you? Yeah, so now I'm getting to a point where I want to lower this because I can't really... I've dug myself far enough that I would need to move away from this setup. So now would be a good time to start moving it further down. But again, this is a starting plot. I'm not worried about trying to get the best yield here, because the best yield is nothing compared to at another site. Oh, not what I wanted. Sorry, I don't mean to make anyone dizzy by flicking around like that. Oh, there's another cloud demon there. Yeah. Oh, no, that's Emerald. I didn't end up getting the Cloutium. Cloutium. Oh, do they have filters here? Let's see. I don't think they do. Yeah, they don't. So I'd have to go somewhere else to get filters. That's fine. Oh, I don't have. Oh no, I don't have. I don't have the mold for that. Let's dig the gems. Just run it up the hill. You sell the gems regularly. Can't remember what the auction house is up here. Welcome everybody. Hopefully, this is iron. Iron's up. Only 148 worth of gems? Oh, that's sad. That's okay. It will allow me to get another one of those. And oh, I should have got that other one. Oh well. That's fine. Yeah, let's just do this for now. Let's get 2 more of these furnaces. I don't think I have enough. Oh, I do have enough. Nice. Then I can set the furnace down. Down, come on. All right, let's not. Yeah, I guess not. Sad times. Let's just shut this off for now. And see if I can get one of these. Nope. Not gonna happen. Oh well. Sad time. But this will work. There we go. And then we'll get a mold. What? Oh, I only have 23. Whatever. I'll just do this then. For now. Until I can get the molds.
There's more shepherd's pie if you want.
I already ate it.
No, there's another one.
I know. I'm fine though. I need to fill up my water. Give me a second. My water's behind me. Is it okay to run the processor off the conveyor belt system, or does it need to go with the drill? No. It does. Sorry, no, it does not need to go with the drill. So I'm not sure what you're saying, the processor. So if you're talking about the harvester, or if you're calling this a processor, sir, I've got them both running off the same one. You can even run your conveyor belts off of the same line. But the reason why you want to get out of the habit of doing that is because you need a filter. So these things need filters or they break. Like, I just had to repair this because it broke. So these are going to break because they're not filtered. I don't have filtered water on these right now. So you don't need to filter your conveyor belt system, which is why if you have it separate, if you have your machines all on one and you have your conveyors all on another separate system, then you only have to worry about the filters on the one. And then it really doesn't matter, because the filters, as far as I'm to understand, they do. Okay, so, but as far as I'm to understand, the filters work on water passing through that system. So the more water that's passing through, but no, that should not make a difference, because the filters, like, if you put the filters on the beginning, it's just filtering the water that's passing through it. So whether you have machines on it or conveyor belts, it's still passing the same amount of water. And the filters, so if you go back to the video that I did with the really long line, if you put filters on the beginning of that and you just left it running, the filters are going to break because it's just filtering the water that's passing through it. So there's not a rate of water flow in the game. It's just a continuous flow. So it really shouldn't matter whether you have conveyors on it or not. But out of practice, you're better off running a total separate system. That's, in my opinion, that's best practice, to keep it separate. And as you can see, that's what I've done here. Like, I do have one conveyor belt on this, and that's only because I'm feeding into it. But the conveyor belt, the actual conveyor belt system that I'm building, is totally separate from the water that's coming into here. And that's why. It's because conveyor belts don't need filtered water, whereas the machines do. The machines will break, the conveyor belts don't break. So it's wise to have them separate, but when you're starting off, if you have to keep them on the same line, there's not a big difference, except for I just broke. What?
Like your phone.
Yeah, you
I tried to
can.
finish that form, but I needed
What
you
form?
to get in. The one for the application.
Okay.
I'm not gonna say it right.
Yeah, I know. I need to. So my machines are breaking because I don't have filters on them. The filters protect all the machines along that line. So it means that you're only repairing the filters rather than repairing, like, in this case, it's not a big deal because I only have 2 machines. But if I had 20 machines on this, to have to repair 20 machines, that's a lot. Whereas repairing 5 filters is nothing. So, and the filters last just as long as a machine would without a filter. You have multiple drills. Do rack 1 need the booster? Again, that's a personal thing. So the answer can be both yes and no. So it depends on what you're running and what you have the resources to build. Ideally, like right now, I don't have any boosters on these. Oops, and this isn't running. And it's so right now, even with that not running, it is still breaking down. It is still using, because it's not filtered water. So I just wasted a lot of, like, these were breaking down while I was just talking. But so right now I don't have any boosters on my system at all. And it works. But here's the thing. If you're trying to make it as efficient as possible, then you want to add a pressure canister. So I would put a pressure canister right here, and then I'd put a pressure canister right underneath where this bend is, because you want the max pressure going into your machines. If you're running 20 of them, I'm going to stop this and I'll show you, because it's easier for me to show you than to talk with these that I don't actually have. Oh, there's another cloud team. Because I don't have the equipment on this yet. What's this? Oh, that's iron. Just let me put it in. That's funny. Oh, come on. Huh? Oh, come on. You did that to me, didn't you? This is where having a hammer comes in handy. Hammer them in place so you don't do what I just did. Come on, get out of the bucket. Just give me a half a second to just clean up here so I can... Where did that... I know I had... Whatever. Just, come on. Get in the bucket. Get in the bucket. All right. Oh, I don't have that cleaned up. Let's clean this up. Although I don't need all these shards. I could just remove all. And I found another little bug. If you smelt down anything in the original smelters, not in the big ones, you take it off, it still shows as liquid in there. So like here, the iron's showing as liquid even though the barrel's not hot and it's been removed. Okay, so let's save this and then go to main menu. And I'll go to the other one so I can show you what I'm talking about. Continue Dunder load. Okay. So I'm going back to my quarry, which is where you're working anyways. And I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about with how you want to set them up and dance. But you need to understand that so the ideal way isn't necessarily the way that you can do it right off the bat. You may need to take it in steps, and I'll show you right now what I'm talking about. Okay. So ideally, this is what you want to do if you're running multiple. You want to have a power container on each one, and right at the, like, no pipes in between, right on there. And if you were going to be doing like multiple rows, this is kind of how I would set up multiple rows. Right? And then where did my and then you would connect all of these up. Like so. So this is going to be, I haven't fully played around with different setups, but from what I've played before, this is the most compact you can do, which would be a harvester, a power, a T, power, and then a harvester. Now, in saying that, there are things that you could do depending on how much you care about having max power at each harvester. So if you don't care about having max power at each harvester, which in reality, if you on a smaller scale, like on a 5-point scale, where did my wand go? I need a couple of these pipes. Throw you there. So, come on. So, I need the... Oh, shoot. I need the T's, and I don't have a T. Yeah, I don't have a T. Anyways, we'll just use this one, because I can. And I have more of those pipes over here. Nope, it didn't work. Thank you. So you could set it up how I'm doing it right now, and this will work on a smaller, like, you don't want to have this set up on, like, say a 20, like if you had 20 of these drills, you wouldn't want to do it this way, and you wouldn't want to use the iron pipes. I'm only using the iron pipes because I don't have any T's for the non-iron pipes. Okay, so if you did this with the Cloutium base, that would be 5, 10, 12.5 drop. So it's going to be 370 minus 12.5, which my wife has my phone. No, I just need to know what, my brain's not working. What's 370 minus 12.5? Yeah, minus 12.5. 357. So it'd be 358. So this machine's getting 358. Well, this machine would be getting 368. So that much of a difference is not going to matter a lot. So again, that's why I'm saying it depends on the resources you have. You're better to do this and have power on each one, because you're getting 370 on each, like at each machine's getting 370, because this is feeding that machine 370, and machines don't reduce the power or the percentage. So this is going to be your most, your stronger, more efficient. Your machines are going to work at the max capacity. Now, in saying that, I don't even know if these machines can handle 370% pressure. I've not seen or read anywhere that it is the case or it's not the case. So I'm just going by pressure itself, because these machines tell you Tier 1 drill works faster with better water pressure. Takes damage the deeper you dig, the better the resources. Right? So nowhere in that description does it say there's a cap. It just says the more pressure, the better it does. So with that theory, I would say that putting the full amount of pressure in is going to be what you want to do. But if you're going to, so again, like if you're going to do a setup, you could do a setup like this where you're using iron pipes to come up to it, and then you're using Cloutium after the pressure, and then you'll be providing your machines with as much pressure as you can, rather than, so like here, this is a setup that I would do if I was doing a big setup for a big farm. And then this way, like this would, like, it doesn't matter what's flowing through here, it just matters what's coming out of here. And at this point, this is how this is working, and it's going to allow you to get ahead faster, if that makes sense. So whatever you have the resources to do, that's your choice. And that's the thing about this, is that there's no right or wrong way to do it. Would this work even with the iron? Yes, it would. If this is what I have for resources, then yeah, this is going to work. The difference is this is only going to work at 180% pressure. And then it's going to drop from 178 or 77%. So, and it's going to drop. So is this right? Yes. Is it the most ideal? No. But it'll work if that's what you have the resources for. It's just like this. Is this going to work? Yes, it will. When they make if they make the change, not when, if they make changes to it, then you will end up having to replace all of this iron for Cloutium, which would be a pain. But I think they have bigger fish to fry than working on piping system. So if people want to abuse the piping system like this, put a tier 2 intake, and then have it hooked into tier 2 power grid, then in my opinion, all the power to them. And I don't think it's not a game breaking bug. It's not the way they intended to, but it's not a game breaking bug. So I don't see them putting all their focus into fixing this when there's a lot of other things like the driving and getting tier 3 stuff out and things like that. Like, there's better things for them to work on than to work on a pipe system, in my opinion. And that's just my personal opinion, and take it, leave it. But do what you want to do with your thing. I'm going to give you advice on how things work, but it's up to you to make it work. And an explanation of that is what Arnok did. He put a post, and if you can actually post your logic system again, Arnok, if you're still here, so that people can see, like, this is what I am trying to kind of accomplish with the videos that I'm going to be working on and the stream. Arna, can you post the link of your logic? Yeah, thank you. So if you look at what Arnok's done with his logic system, it's amazing. Like, so he took something that I showed him on how the logic system works to make something repair his filters, and he made it his own. Like, I showed him how it worked, and he did something that just blows my mind. Like, he took the principles and built his own structure from it. I would have never ever thought of running just one counter for all the filters, but he did that, and it's working. Like, it just blows my mind that is something. Like, you take the basic information and then make it your own. And that's what this game is. And that's what I'm saying is, like, I'm seeing so much cookie cutter videos out there of, this is Hydroneer. This is how we start. You shovel into the bucket, then you scrub the bucket, then you shovel in the bucket, then you scrub the bucket, then you shovel. And it's so cookie cutter. It's so, this is how it's done. But I want to show that there's other ways to do it, and you can make it your own, and you can, like, as long as you can think it, you can do it. And that's a goal. Anyways, like, that's my goal of what I'm trying to accomplish is let's get out of that cookie cutter mindset, and let's start making it work. Yeah, I agree. Arnok's, like, what he did with that, just amazing. Honestly, like, I'm excited to start working on the logic system in this game to be able to start running things like that, and providing that kind of information. Oh, my truck's over here. Huh? So what I'm doing is I'm trying to, like, the items that are just lying down, like, if I just drop that, that's an entity on the ground. But if I place it, it becomes kind of like a structure. So it will reduce lag by placing them instead of letting them sit on the ground. So that's all I'm doing, is just taking the stuff that I know that are just lying on the ground and making them more a permanent fixture rather than just lying on the ground. I still need this here. I'll just drop it. But I also have a lot of dirt on the ground from showing that, so let's clear dirt chunks. Clear. I should drop these tier 2 off here. So again, like the tier 2 system is so much more difficult to navigate because of how they've done it. So the water pipes on the side. So like, again, if you want to run a huge setup, how are you going to do that? Because now you have 3 pipes long. You can't put them directly beside each other. Right? So if I wanted to add another one, I can't just like, so let's duplicate a couple of those. So tier 2 becomes a little bit more complex because you can't put them beside each other. So that's a huge space that you have to do it, and you can't put it on the other side, like right beside it, because now you can't put a pipe in there. So it becomes a little bit more tricky. Now, one thing you can do, and this is where I'm going to be playing with it, instead of putting the power pipes on the machine, if you just do, oops, one more, thank you. You can do this so that you only have one space, but this is going to take up more space at the end, and then you put the pressure gauge there, and then you're getting a lot more pressure, but like that is how, like if you were trying to make it like efficient with tier 2, like this is stuff that you're gonna have to play around with to make it work. And then this way you only have one square in between rather than 2 squares. And then you can also do something like this setup here, where you would put so instead of putting one on every one, where's my wand? Instead of putting one on every one, like power on every one, you just put a power on, oops, there we go. You just put a power system on the first one here. Oops. And then again, you're still losing power, but you're not losing as much power, or you're saving space rather than losing power. Like it's a toss up, and I think that was the plan on how he created the tier 2 machines. He wanted you to think about what's important to you. Is it important to get as much power to it, and then having like these where's my wand again? So is your goal to get as much power and then less space? So doing it this way? Or is it getting as many machines as you can and the least amount of space, but giving up a bit of power? Yeah. And like the tier 2 system is really going to make you think. And literally it's going to make you choose between power or compact. Either you make it as compact as you can and lack on some of the power, or give it as much power as you can, but less machines can fit in. Like if you do it this way compared to this way, like you're more than doubling the size. You're actually doubling the size, sorry, not more than. You're doubling the size by giving it the most power. So, and again, if you go to this and you add power to this side, you're taking up a little bit less space, but you're making it so that you can't put another row behind it. Like right now with this setup, I can put a row behind here. And then, actually it has to come over one. It's not going to let me because there's pipes. Thank you. So I can do this and then feed the line into here. Put a T here and feed it into there. And again, it doesn't matter because that's still a pipe going this way. So you're still losing the same amount of pressure on both sides, if that makes sense. But if you were to put this this way on that piece, then you're doubling the space that you need horizontally. So again, like in order to use tier 2 stuff, you have to sacrifice. And what are you going to sacrifice? Are you going to sacrifice your space, or are you going to sacrifice a little bit of pressure? In my opinion, sacrificing a little bit of pressure, and I'm going to be working and doing what I can to figure out how much of a difference it's going to make. But I feel that if you were to put a pressure line like here, and you were to do 2 lines, I think that you're going to get more out of more compact because you have more machines. So you will end up with, so in this footprint here, you will end up with one more machine than if you did it the other way. Like, so I can do 3 in this line. I would only be able to do 2 doing it that way. So having one extra machine at the cost of a little bit of pressure, I think that one machine is going to compensate more than what you would lose in that pressure. Your conveyor belts are only partially working now. Interesting. Are you using tier 1 or tier 2 pipes? So I haven't really talked much about it, but for conveyors, I would highly recommend using tier 2 piping all the way. I don't know if 180% pressure is going to be okay. It might be, but you want to make sure. So when you're running your conveyors, you want to make sure that I'll go show you. You want to make sure that your conveyors and one mixed. So as long as the mixed isn't on your conveyors, I think if you're using a tier 1 in the midst of tier 2 and you have, say, I'll go to where my conveyors are and kind of show you what I'm talking about. Okay, so for me, and this is what I was explaining before. So I have the Cloutium boosters. So this intake is producing 370% pressure. Now I'm losing, that's 5%, 10%, or sorry, yeah, 10%, 15%. So I'm losing 15% pressure before it gets to my conveyor system, which means that this part of the conveyor system should be running at what, 355? Yeah, 355. So this conveyor belt should be running at 355%. But then I've got down here where I've got two pipes that don't have conveyors on it. So this will reduce it by another 10. So this part of the line should be running at roughly about 340% pressure. That's my theory on it. And what I think is, if you were to put a tier 1 pipe, like say this one was sitting on a tier 1 pipe, but all the rest were tier 2, I think in that case, it will change all the conveyors to a maximum 180%, which will affect the speed of your conveyors. Because the way I'm to understand it is, your conveyor system, any conveyor that's hooked to it, is working at the percentage of wherever it is coming into it. So if this was further away, what I would do is where this valve is, I would put a booster there, which would boost this to 370, my apologies, and then boost it to 370. So if you've got a little distance between where your intake is and where your conveyors are, put a booster on it, and that should fix it. The other thing is, again, is if you have like breaks in your system like this, where you're running multiple conveyors, but you're like, you have to move a line, or I'm running a line, say, all the way over here with no conveyors on it, and then putting a conveyor on it. Wherever you're putting a conveyor on, you want to put a booster to boost it, because the more pressure these have, the faster they run. But you can see how quick this is moving. Like you can see the arrows faintly, they're moving pretty quick. But then if I come over here, they're not moving as quick. But the pressure, like if you look here, these are all moving quick. And this side is moving a little bit slower because this side all has a little bit lower pressure. But if you count the amount of pipes that I have in here, there's like, I don't know, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28. Come on. 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 42, 44, 46, 48, 50, 52, 54, 56, 57. So let me open my calculator here. And they're all clouding pipes, so that's 57 multiplied by 2.5 equals 142. So then let's minus 370. 277 minus, what did I say? Oh wait, I'm doing this like weird, but 350, which means I've got a loss of 207 is what, like, it's dropping by a loss of 207. So maybe that's why these are still working the way they are. I don't know. Actually, let's see if there's a pressure thing here. Let's do that test. Yeah. I knew that they would start moving quick. Just because, like, that's how they're designed. But I want to try and figure out, and of course they have pipes, but they don't. Oh, they do have pressure. Okay, let's take you for a spin. Oh, I missed. Yeah, it's still going. I know I have a straight pipe at the end of this, so let's look to see what the pressure is. 185. So it does drop the pressure quite a bit. So I'm wrong. It does drop the pressure along the way. Interesting. But so I'm almost at iron pipe pressure. That's interesting. So it does drop it. Every pipe does drop it, and doesn't matter what conveyors are hooked to it. It is going to drop it. So, I know something I can try. I want to try something and see if how can I make this work though? Oh, I know how I can make it work. So if you have space, let's say we'll do it here. Yeah, I'll do it here. If you have a space, what you might have to do, how's it going to get back there though? Shoot. No, because then that would make a loop and that would break the system. But the filters don't work. The more things that are on your system, it doesn't break the filter faster. So, like, you could have 20 machines or one machine, the filter's going to break at the same speed. So the filter takes durability as water is passing through. Now, water, it's just a constant. It's like every tick of the water passing through is what breaks that filter. So whether you have 20 machines on that line or not, it's still that water, the way, okay. Best way to explain this, I will shut my system off here so that it is quieter, and I will show you. So the way the water system works is every drip is a tick. Every drip reduces the filter by a percentage. So if you have 20 machines, it's still every tick. So that's a tick, that's a tick, that's a tick. So 20 machines is still taking that same tick. So there's not a flow rate. Like, so in reality, like if you look at a house or you look at how your plumbing works, there's a flow rate, right? So think of it like a tap. You turn it on a bit, it just drips out. You turn it on a bit more, it starts pouring out. You turn it on a lot, then it comes like rushing out. That's not how this system works. This system works on water itself. It has a tick. So tick, 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 tick. That's how it goes, right? So in theory, the way this is working is every tick reduces your water filter no matter what is on it. So even if I don't have anything on this, like, so even if I did this, I want a straight pipe, not a, I'll do that straight pipe. So if I put a straight pipe on the, let's move this back here to give me a bit more room. So if I put this here and I put a filter on this pipe, that filter is going to take damage. And I'll show you. I'll go get a filter to show you. With nothing on it, that's still going to take damage because water's passing through the filter. As long as there's water passing through the filter, it's going to take damage. And again, it doesn't matter what you have on the system, it takes the same damage because it's not based on flow rate, it's based on the tick of the water. So when water passes through, that's when it takes damage. So if my theory is correct, then that would mean that it doesn't matter if you have your conveyor belts on the same line as you have your machines, because the flow rate's the same. The flow rate doesn't change. So like, in sense, like, so if say a machine uses like 50 gallons of water per minute, and then you add another one that's 100 gallons of water per minute, which means that there's more water flowing through the filter. That's how it works in the real world. But hydrogenated, that's not the case. Like, there's no actual flow rate. So there's no, like, this is so many gallons per meter going through it. It's just, it's a tick. So every tick, that water flows. And then again, it calculates a pressure across the pipes. So the pressure makes a difference. But again, you can have it down to zero pressure and the water's still flowing through. Even though there's 0% pressure, the water's still flowing through because it's a tick. So the tick still goes through the pipe, whether it's 0% pressure, 100%, 300%, doesn't matter. That water still flows through. Because if it worked the way that you were saying, that would mean that you would constantly have to have at least a bit of pressure on your line in order for it to work, which is not the case. No, but the pressure has nothing to do with the flow rate. If you have zero pressure along your whole line, the water's still flowing through it. So if I go over to that the plot that I have all this stuff at, I can show you. That's dance. There we go. Just trying to make my truck dance. That's it. Okay, so I'm at the plant. So this is the thing, is that if it was on pressure, like you can see there's zero pressure. What? This was supposed to have 3% pressure. I must have done something. Anyways, so there's 0% pressure here. Okay, so let's take this one out. There's still water flowing. Even though there's no pressure, the water's still flowing. And it's like, it's continuous, like tick, 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 right? Now, so that is the same speed as 180%. Tick, 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 tick. The water flows at a continuous rate. I call it a tick. So it has a tick. So the water flows, 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 flows. It's the same no matter whether it's 370, tick, 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 tick. It's the same. No matter if it's 0% pressure, whether it's 370% pressure, the flow rate is the same. It flows the same. So, which means that doesn't matter if you put, I meant to grab a hourglass to watch, monitor it. So if I was to take this filter and I put it on here, there's no machine on it, and the water's going through. I don't have it stopped, so the water's still going through. This is taking damage, and I'll go get a spyglass to show. Oops, didn't mean to do it twice. So the pressure has nothing to do with the durability of the filter. The filters work on when water passes through it, it takes damage. So if there's water passing through it, it's going to take damage. And it takes the same damage no matter what you have on the system. If you have nothing on the system, oops. Come on. Thank you. So if you have nothing on the system, where's this glass? It's going to do the same amount of damage as if you have 100 things on the system. Isn't there any bags here? Oh, there. I'll just grab a couple bags just to... So again, like the pressure does nothing to the durability of the filters. It's water passing through it that does it. and the water passes at a continuous rate no matter what the pressure is. So whether it's going to stay this way, I don't know, but so come on, thank you. So look, it's already at 92%. There's absolutely nothing on this, like no machines or nothing, and it's at 91% now. Because water passing through, it's going to drop at the same rate as if you're running machines off of it. Like this has no machines on it at all, and it's dropping at a continuous rate. And if you put like 100 machines on this, it's still going to drop at the same rate, because it's based off of the flow, not anything to do with pressure. And it would be the same thing as like, so in your theory, like what you're saying is, let me take this. I'll take that over to where it's a higher pressure. Actually, I can do it right here. So this is 307, or no, that's a 200, whatever. This, yeah, we'll just do it on 220. That's fine. So this is 220% pressure. And where's my magnifying glass? And you can see that it will drop at the same rate as the 180% pressure. So the pressure's not changing how fast it's going down. It drops at the same speed because it's being based off of the flow rate, not on pressure. And the flow rate doesn't change on the pressure. The more pressure, it still flows at that same tick, 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 tick. No matter whether it's only 100%, 120%, 370%, it ticks on the same, like on the same amount. Like it's not going to change depending on how much pressure you have. Because on that theory of, you know, like the more pressure, the more your filter's going to wreck. So this is at 94% pressure, and if I was to fix both of these at the same time, so we have 180 and then 100, and look at 99, this is at 99. They're depleting at the exact same speed. So if what you were saying is correct, where the pressure, the more pressure or the more things you have on a line, the faster it's going to deplete. Like this just shows that like this is 180, this is 97. So 180 coming out of here, which this would be 187. This is going to be 100 or 94. 94 versus 187. Like that's almost 100% difference. It's less than 100%, but it's close to 100% difference. And these are depleting at the exact same time. Yes. So, and here's why that works. You're absolutely correct on that. Here's why it works. Water's flowing through here. This is filtering it, but it's not filtering everything. So on this one, this is going to be a little bit cleaner, right? So let's do the, I think it's 5, right? Let's do 5, and I'll set it up on a on here. Let's just do there. Let's remove you. Is that 5? 2, 4. Yeah, 2, 4, 5. Okay. So to explain this, so the water coming into here, we'll say is 100% dirty, but this is filtering part of it out, which means that this is not getting 100% dirty water. This is now getting 80% water. So this is going to deplete 20% slower than this one. But then now the water is 80%. This is filtering 20%. So you're looking at 60%. So this is now going to reduce, or will break down 40% slower than this one, and 20% slower than this one. Well, just give me a minute. I'm explaining something, and I'll talk to you in a bit. And then again, so this one is only getting 20% dirty water, but then filtering that out. So this pipe here, so if I was to put a filter on, like if I was to put a 6 filter on, let's fix all of these. That 6 filter, anyways, this 6 filter should take 0 damage no matter what, because the water going into this filter is 100% clean, so it's not filtering any water. Whereas this one, you can see already it's 99. This is 98. Well, I just fixed those, so that's why. Right? So that's why the filters, the first one takes the most damage. The last one takes the least amount of damage. Yeah, but 10 is like 100%. So it's filtering the water to 100%. With 5 of them on there, like, and that's why I use 20% per. So in sense, like in basic terms, in sense, each filter is filtering 20% of the water. So this filter's filtering 20%, this filter's filtering 20%, so on, and then that makes up 100%. So by the time you hit the 5th one, you're filtering 100% of the water. But the 5th filter is not taking as much damage because the water is already partially cleaned. I didn't know there's tier 2 filters. I know that there's creative filters. The creative filters filter 100%. So if I get back in, so I like how they've done the changes to the filters. But the thing I don't like about the filters is if one filter breaks, it stops your whole line. Which, in my opinion, it shouldn't. The creative filters, no. You just need one filter. It filters 100% of the water and it doesn't break down on the creative filters. So I had regular filters on in the Ice Helm, and because of what I'm doing with all my system, I did put a creative filter. So right here, attached to a straight or T pipe to filter water, filters water to top quality and doesn't take damage. So you just need one of these on there and just leave your system. So if you want to run a system and you don't want to, or you don't understand logic enough, I would strongly recommend using a filter, because it's a lot of work having to run around and trying to repair your filters. Because again, if one filter goes, your whole system shuts down. No, it's the same. A filter is a filter. It doesn't matter if it's on iron. It doesn't matter if it's on Cloutium. It filters the water is all it does. So you still need 5 on Cloutium, and you would need 5 on iron as well. But in my opinion, it would be a little bit of a waste to do it on iron, because like if you're full iron system, you're not maxing out your equipment. So like once you've got your system maxed out, where you're maxing it out and you're providing like even 250% pressure, then that is where I would start running the filters on it. But if I'm just like on the one I just started, I wouldn't run a filter on that at all, because there's not enough on there. Like all I have to do is repair 2 items rather than 4 filters. It makes more sense repairing 2 items than 4 filters. But if I got that to like 20 machines, then it's better to repair 5 filters than 20 machines, right? So I wouldn't worry about filters until you get to a point where you've got more than 5 items on your line. Because once you have more than 5 items in your line, now repairing 5 filters or 5 machines, it's the same thing. And then once you add more, if you had 6 items, so if you had 5 drills and 1 harvester, then putting 5 filters on makes sense, because now you're only repairing 4 things rather than 5. Anyways, my wife needs me for a few minutes, so I'm going to run some ads quickly. Going to mute my mic here. And then I will be back in a few minutes. Again, I appreciate everybody's here. If you have to leave, thanks for hanging out. Hopefully stay around. Just bear with me a moment. Okay. Thanks again. There's the breaks. I'll be back. my water, which I was supposed to do before. So good. Ooh. Let's see what he's done now. Oh my goodness. Great job flattening that out. That's a lot of work. My goodness. Good job. Why did that do that? Let's switch to you. Thank you. Make sure I can be heard. Yep. Okay. So everything seems to be working back the way it is. Thanks for sticking around. Appreciate it. Let's so is that making sense on what I'm saying about the filter system? Okay. So it's good practice not to run your conveyors on the same one that you're running your machines on, because if they do change it, that will be one of the things that they will change, guaranteed. And like that would, like, what you're saying makes sense, but only makes sense for the real world. Like, it doesn't make, so it's not in the real world. What you're saying is true. The more you have on a system, the more strain that's going to be on that filter, because that's more water coming in or going through it. But the way this system works is it works on a I'm calling it a tick system. So the water flows on a tick system, and it doesn't matter what the pressure is. It's still tick, 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 and it doesn't matter. Yeah, but now I came back here because now the water's going to be stopping soon, because this is going to break, and this is where I hope they fix it and fix it soon, because a filter breaking should not stop all the water flowing through. The water still should flow through, and like in reality, yes, if your filter gets clogged or you get too much in the filter, then water can't flow through it. But in the system, the way the water works, having a filter break should not stop all the water, because you will still get water through. And the way the system works, as long as there's a bit of water that can get through, the system will work. But if one breaks, then it should start decaying your machines rather than just stopping your whole line. That's breaking pretty fast. Wow. But again, so you can see like 4960. So that's like a 10% difference ish. Yeah, so this is at 48, this is at 59, so almost 58. So that's 10, 70, 80, and 90. Now this one didn't get one of these. This one didn't get fixed, so that's why it's lower. But that's a good question. I am not sure. And I didn't pick up any any more bags, so let's go back. I will check that out for you. My guess is it'll still do the same. It will still do the same thing. One filter is going to break down faster than the other filters. So that would be my guess on what's going to happen. Is one's still going to break down faster than the others. So one will be at like 0, the other one will be at like 20%, and then so on and so on. But let's grab you. And then grab an extra one just in case I mess up. To be honest, I don't know. The first one you place is going to have the priority. So this is my thinking and how it's going to work. The first one you place is going to be the high priority. That's going to be the one that's going to take the most damage. Second one you place will take the second most damage, so on and so on. That's how my assumption will be it's going to work. It's not going to matter where you put it on the pipe. It's just the first one's going to do the most, then second, third, and then the fourth. Okay, so let's just drop that there. Stop moving. You're running me over. I'm not hitting anything and I'm like climbing the hill. I love it. Wasn't pressing anything and I'm climbing the hill. Yes. I need... Did I have that up here? I did, probably. Yes. So let's get 4 filters. And we'll come to this line. Oops. All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And let's see how that is going to work. So this is the first one. They might actually... So it looks like they're all going to break down at the same Yeah, they're all breaking down at the same level. So this will turn to 98, and then this one will turn to 98. Yeah. So they're all breaking down at the actual at the same rate. Oh, it's not going to make a difference because like this is 96, this is 97. Like it took me a half a second to be able to get them on where they need to be. So these are all like breaking down at an almost exact same rate, 95, 96. And then if I look here, this is 97, this is 96 still. So the time it took me to put it on is the amount of time. Now, if I come over here, you can see a huge difference. This is like 29%. This is 45%. They're not, these are definitely not breaking down at the same rate. So if these were breaking down at different rates, then these two would not be at the same percentage. Like like they're within a percentage or two. So my assumption, actually, they are breaking down at different rates. We'll have to see, because they are actually breaking down at different rates. So at first they were breaking down at the exact same speed, but this is 91 and this is 93, whereas before they were at the same rate. So the first one I put on is Different Gamer with the raid. Welcome. DG Raid for... How's it going? Hopefully you had fun. Did you just play that, what, Rogue something game? Yeah, it is. So it takes a priority of the first one you place is going to Rogue Legacy 2. Yes, I think so.
Okay.
I didn't understand that game that you were playing. But yeah, so the first one you place down, that's taking the highest priority, so it's taking the most damage. Because the top one's still at 95, which is taking next to nothing. Ooh, I wonder. Oh, no, it didn't. Okay. There used to be a bug where you could take... If you took it off and then put it back on, it would repair. But... Yeah, so this is how it looks, because 84, 88, 91, 95. So they are breaking down at different rates. Maybe actually that it might do that. We'll see. I am all for trying to find breaks in games. But again, so again, back to the filter thing. Okay, Different Gamer. I can show you. So this is basically you're mining for gold. So what I've done here is I've just set up, this is like my testing area. So I'm working on a video right now that is going to explain pressure in here. So it's called Hydroneer. Everything works off of water. You can overload it, but you can't. Just overloading it makes it unstable, which means you bounce everywhere. So the way everything works in here is in Hydroneer is it works up of water. So you have intakes, which is what these are. Iron is tier 1. Cloutium, which is the goldy looking stuff, is tier 2 system. And basically you need to run machines. So this is a drill. It's not hooked up. I can show you what they look like hooked up. So you would run water to your drill, and then your drill would drill like this. Nope. Come on, go under. Thank you. So I've got a drill set up here. Oh, I turned it off. So your drill, you can see the lights on. You can see there's dirt underneath. It's throwing little rocks on the ground. So basically, those little rocks, you process those rocks and they process into ores. Don't mind the truck. It has like. Actually, I'll go to my starting area. That's probably going to be the easiest way to show how the game works. This is still in early access. They've done a lot with the game. It runs really well. I've seen games that are full games run worse than this. But as you can see, the driving in this game is a huge meme. It's such a meme that they actually, I'll show you in a minute. They actually implemented like an Easter egg with it. So the idea of the game is to get stuff running. So like here, I've got these drills running down here. It's going to bring those pieces up to here. And then it's going to go into this harvester. This harvester is going to break it down and spit out one of many different things. So it's going to spit out either an iron chunk like this, a gold chunk, a power shard, which powers machines, Cloutium, which you use to make tier 2 stuff, or gems. So let me turn my system on so that you can see how it runs. So if I turn these on, you can see that these are mining. Oops. They're spitting out chunks. Which are coming up here, going into there, and then they're getting broken down into one of many different things. And then these here are coming up here, and I've got these sorted. That's what these are, sorters. So the first one, iron's going into, second one, gold's going into, and as you can see, the gold's going to come in, iron's going to go in there. And then these are smelters. So they turn the ores into a liquid. So if I click on this, I get an iron bar. And then these iron bars are worth, so this is 101 pounds or grams or whatever you want to use for the weight. I don't know what the weight is in the system, but it's just 101 pounds, I'm calling it. And it's worth 1,212 Hydrocoin. So the more you mine, the more you get from it. Now I already had an iron bar sitting off to the side, so I wanted to see. There we go. So both of the bars put together are now worth 13,627. And then basically either you take this and you sell it or you turn it into more machines. So this is 1,000. I can make each one of those drills costs 300 iron to make. So I could make more drills, put more drills on here, and then I would have more ore coming out, so on and so on. I don't have. Okay. So the other thing that you can do with these is I'm in creative mode on here because this is what I'm using to make my videos and things like that. So usually what you would do is you'd put it down. I'll do it this. I've got 966 coin in here. This only costs 86. So I bought it and now I can take it out of the shop. So what you would do with the bar... What did I do with the bar? Is it... I know I put it down somewhere. Oh, I need that though. Sorry. What did I do with the bar? I know I had it. Oh, it's up here. Huh. So what you do with them is you make stuff. And I just have to get a couple items to be able to make it. Wrong hammer. I need this hammer. Come on. There we go. So what you need to do is you need to heat up the bar because you're becoming a blacksmith in this stage. What you do is you click on this. So if I wanted to make a dagger, it only takes 1 bar, which I only have 1 bar. And then I could do an axe, which would take 2 iron bars. Sword, which would be 3 iron bars. I could make a ring, which is 1 gold bar and 1 gem. A necklace is 2 gold bars, 1 gem. So let's just do a dagger. So then this is red hot. I take it out with my scalding, burning hands and hit it with a hammer. And now I have a dagger. So now if I put my dagger on here, let's see if it'll fall the right way. Nope. It's hard to weigh them because they like to fall. There we go. So that dagger, instead of it being worth 3,000 coin, now making a dagger is worth 14,000, so 15,000. So basically, you mine, you get your materials coming through, and you can do this manually as well. So, like if I wanted to, I could just shovel dirt right onto a conveyor belt. If I can get up here. So I can shovel dirt right onto a conveyor belt and do it that way. Or I can put it into a pan. So if I had a... sorry. If I had a pan, I don't know if I have anything in... No. I can fill up a bucket. Then you pour the bucket into the pan. Then you can take the pan, put water in the pan. So by just dropping it in, it now has water in it. And my brush is here. Then you use a brush on it, and you can see now there's an iron chunk in there. So that's what this game is about. It's building a system as complex or as simple as you want, and taking your items. So now with this, I can take it to a couple different places. You can take it to a jeweler, where it is up here, and sell it. Now this will give me basically what the same amount of money as what it says on your scale. So whatever it says on the scale, so this is 14,990. Or I can take it to an auction place where it may be higher or lower. Oh, wrong card. So you take it to an auction place where it could be higher or lower. And usually you'll get, if it's lower, you're usually still going to get about what you would from a jeweler. But if it's higher, you will get a lot more from it than what you would for a jeweler. So if you want to play the auction, the thing with the auction is once you sell an item, then it lowers the demand for that item. And it's lower. So if I put it on here now, so it's lower. So instead of getting 14,990, this is only 13,978. So it's a huge difference. But if that was up, then I could get like 15,000 for it. So it's also about playing the auction. And I don't have... So and the auction changes every day, and it also changes on demand. So if you're selling like, why am I running? If you're selling swords all the time, then to this auction, then the swords are going to be down all the time. Because it used to be just on like a random chance, but now it's on like how much are you selling of that item, and the more you sell of that item, the less that people want that. So then you have to make like gold item, like necklace, and then sell the necklace and sell other stuff, and then slowly it will. Oop. Oh, kids, it's already morning, huh? So that's the basics of the game. Is you create a mining empire, and if I still have I don't have a. I'll show you how it expands. There's a. Oop, not that. So this is the map. The blue dot is where I am. So the starting area is Ember Cradle. That's the very start area. And then the next areas you would want to look at is Medu's, Drek Quarry, or South Hope. Those are your next areas where you would expand to. Each one has a benefit and has their benefits and drawbacks. So you move your expansion over to one of those, and then you start drilling. So just like, I want to say reality, but it's not quite reality. But gold usually settles at lower areas, so you get better yields the lower you mine. So Medu's isn't as deep as Drek Quarry. Drek Quarry isn't as deep as South Hope. South Hope isn't as deep as Snow Ruin Falls, which is at the very top middle of the map. And then Icehelm has a place as well, and that I'm not 100% sure, because that one's a vertical instead of a horizontal. Sorry, other way around. It's horizontal instead of vertical. So all the dig sites except for Icehelm, you dig down, whereas Icehelm you dig sideways. So to kind of explain, the dirt that's coming from down on the bottom, that's as low as I can get it. So the dirt that's coming from down there is going to have better stuff in it than the dirt that I get from up here. So that's why you want to go to another site, because this is as low as that site goes. Let's shut off my system here. I fall. Oh, come on. Seriously? Oh, that wasn't nice of you. So I could have unstuck and got out of there instead of going all the way around. All right. So the meme on Hydronair, let's see if I can get it to do it. So for the longest time, your vehicles would do this all the time. And it's become such a meme that they actually have it in the game where you can do it on purpose, which I just find it hilarious. Let's unstuck where I'm going to go. So you can make your vehicle fly the way it used to do it all the time. But there's times you'd be driving along like this, and then all of a sudden your vehicle would do what I just did, and you would just be across the map. There's other times where I've had it where like I've been in the air and I'm like, okay, I'll just go grab a drink. Like there, like I just flipped for no reason. I'll go grab a drink or something and I'll come back and I'll be still flipping in the air. Yeah. It is a funny feature. It's a meme. Like since the beginning, vehicles have done that. The vehicles, even though it's like bouncy and weird, like the vehicles are still 100 times better than what they were prior to the new release. I'm excited. So this is the snow. Oh, now I'm gonna get stuck. Yeah, I don't want to play with that. There we go. So this is the Snoring Falls, and you can see just from what I've done here how this is so much deeper than that new or that first starting area. So that's why you want to upgrade to the newer areas, because the newer areas are much stronger and better to be working on than oops. Oh yeah, this is I forgot. So the top. Interesting. Okay. So again, like this far down is what's called tier 2 area. So you have to use tier 2 drills to be able to get to it. And basically you just set up a drill. I'm going to, oh no, there already is there. Like if I turn this on now, you can see that it's going to keep spitting out those. What if I was to take this material back to the beginning and process it? This is going to process a much better item, like whether it be gold or iron. It's going to produce a higher quality, heavier item than anything on that starter area. Let's see if I can make this. Almost. Now I'm gonna get. Now the vehicle's gonna start dancing. Nope. So there are shortcuts, but like this shortcut is annoying because you keep bouncing out of it when you're going down it. Coming back is fine. So if I take this piece of dirt, drop it in here, and then scrub it. What did I do with my brush? I know it's around here somewhere. What did I do with my brush? I did have it. Did I throw it in the water? I probably threw it in the water, didn't I? Oh well, I'll go buy a brush. Spending too much time looking at the brush. Or looking for a brush. Oh my goodness, brain's gone. There's the brush right there. So you can see like the size of this iron chunk coming from a much lower spot. So this iron chunk weighs 4.37 pounds, ounces, whatever. But if I was taking iron chunk off of here, it's going to be like 2 pounds. So it's double the weight. And even the size, you can see that if I put them side by side, you can see the size difference. So that's why you want to go down to a lower level, because the lower the level, the more value you get out of the ores that you have. Oh, I got a question for you. Are you still there, DG? Hopefully, maybe. Oh yeah, okay. So I've been playing Vampire Survivor, and I've been trying to get the one character where you have to beat the Green Reaper. I beat the Green Reaper. I pressed down and enter, like I've heard, but it doesn't work. I haven't gotten it yet. Yet I beat the Green Reaper many times. Is there something that I'm doing wrong for that? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's been bugging me. Like I've been trying to get that, and because the only characters that I'm missing is the Green Reaper, or sorry, the one that you have to kill the Green Reaper, and you get that. I forget the name of them, but you get the one. He only has like 1 health, or something like that. But then at like 100, it's like 1,000 health and stuff. I don't know. And death. I just can't seem. I've tried those. I've tried to do what what they suggest to do, the strategies, and like 21 minutes, I die every time. I can make it 21 minutes fine, but then at 21 minutes, it kills me. And I don't know, like, I don't know how to fix that. So I did see a strat where they used that character that I'm talking about, and if you get it to level 100 and you use like whip, then you never run out of health and you're able to kill death that way, but it takes like hours to kill him. So I wanted to kind of try that, but I can never get that to work for me. And the other thing, I saw that you were playing also Band of Brothers. I don't understand that game. I bought it because it looked cool. You make it look so easy playing that game, but it just, I can't. Like, I get into the game and it's like first mission, boom, dead. What? Battle Brothers, not Band of Brothers. Battle Brothers, yes. So it's I've not played a game that's gotten me so frustrated because I'm usually good with strategy type games, but it's just like I get like one or two guys and then I die. If I get more guys, then I run out of gold. And it's like, yeah, I watched the basic videos, which did help a lot. But again, it's like it comes down to like I saw that you played it on harder difficulties. It just blows my mind because I start with like the max gold you can, easy like fights, and I still get overrun like huge. Like I go into a battle and it's like, okay, I'll just have my archers protected and I'll have my I'll have my like pickaxes in behind my shields and they'll hit from behind, and nope. They come in and it's just like, oh look, my guy's dead. So I don't know how.
You get it, Simon, so I can scan and upload it.
Okay, well. So
It's right there.
Yes, okay. It just like I'm telling you, like I've never had like a game like you. Honestly, you make it look so easy, and I was like, oh, this looks like a fun game. Like I like strategy type games, chess, things like that, and then just got destroyed horribly. Like again, kudos to you for being able to play the way you play, because that never I can't stress enough, like I can't even come close. The best I did is I got 3 contracts done, and 2 of the contracts were escorts where nothing happened during the escort. So I don't know how you play that. Ooh. And the dance. Yeah, I can see the trial and error, but oh, okay. That makes sense. I've never seen you play it before until like recently. And then it was like, so I didn't know you had that many hours. That makes a lot more sense on why you make it look so easy. So I'm starting the boring stuff of flattening this area out. So I apologize to anyone. If anyone does have any questions or wants help with anything that they're working on, just let me know. But again, honestly, like there's very few games that I've played where I just sit back and go, how is it on the easiest mode kicking my butt? Yeah, you go get some rest, because you've been on for a while. I rated you this morning, so well, this morning my time. Yeah. But again, like a game where you have it on the easiest setting and you're getting destroyed. Not even like losing a little bit, like you're not even surviving one battle. Like the scenarios, I can't even do the scenarios. I'm getting destroyed like on the battle on that. It's like, what is going on? Yeah. Anyways, you have yourself a great night, DG, and thanks for the raid. If anyone doesn't know, I don't have a link to it, but Different Great Gamer is a streamer. Amazing guy, one of the nicest guys that in my opinion, one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. Like he's down to earth, honest, and just an all around great guy. And if you just want to sit and enjoy a good conversation, the DG Different Gamer is the way to go. DG, if you have a link, feel free to post it to your channel and go send them follows. And I've known DG for years now, quite a few years. Yeah, just click his name if you're interested. I would strongly recommend if you're looking for a chill person to watch. Click his name, follow. Again, like great guy. Thanks again, DG. You have yourself a great night. So people that are coming from DGs, my name's Kevin. I usually play by Dunder or Dunder's Thunder. I am a variety gamer. I play a lot of different games. Right now, I'm working on Hydroneer. I've been playing Hydroneer since a couple weeks after they officially released. I believe it was May 8th, 2019 or 2018, something like that. And I've been playing since May 20th of that same year. So a couple weeks after it released, I heard about the game, got it. And I've been enjoying it ever since. It's a chill game. I enjoy just hanging out, building things, testing things, figuring out how to break the game, how to make the game run better, how to do things so I don't have to sit there and watch it, all kinds of stuff. So if you have any questions, if you have questions on well, look at like I've almost got it all the way down. Like it's just this area here and like that bit of a middle area. It's a lot of work. Oh shoot, that's not what I wanted. I wanted that. Yeah, see, I've heard people do that, and I don't know why people like. I've tried that, but like to me, this is much easier because I'm just using one. Like why would you need to pickaxe any block? And it, like if you do, like just like this is all you need to do. I kind of disagree because if I was to pickaxe, I have to drop the shovel, or sorry, I have to drop the rake. Then I have to use pick up the pickaxe, hit the side of the side of it, and then drop that, and then use a rake. Whereas this, I just lift one middle part, and then boom, I've got both sides. And again, like, so it doesn't do it for all of it. See, all of this stuff I don't even need to. Where is it? There we go. So like here, I don't even need to pickaxe anything. So now it's gone to where I can't do it. So what it looks like is when you're like the higher the level is, then all of a sudden it'll start doing that. So here there was like you can see I broke stuff down, but here it was higher, so there was more dirt on it. And that's what it seems like, is that if there's a lot of dirt on top of the area that you're trying to rake, that's what happens. Yeah, but this block is full. Like if you like, I'm going to drop this so you can see. This block is full. It is a solid block. This is not being dug out. Like there has been nothing under it. So this would be a solid block. So I don't understand why it's not the case. Because if I go over to here, I can break this down. And if you look at the way it is, it's sticking out of the block. It's not all the way to the edge. It's the exact same thing as here, or even here. Like this is surrounded by everything, just like this one. And again, like here, like this is like in the middle. Like this was all solid rock. Why can't I dig that one out? What's the other important thing? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah, because it's the blocks are not like, yeah, okay. But that should not change how the rake works. The rake works on one block. Oops. So the rake works on a one block. So if I or one block grid. So if I bring this up and I bring a grid out, the rake, so that block that this is in, and you can see the outline of block, that's the same block that your rake uses. So it doesn't matter which angle the blocks are on, it's only using one block, which means that one block, doesn't matter what angle that is at, it should still do the same. It should still accomplish the same thing, in my opinion, with the rake, if that makes sense. Because it like this, like the grid on this, I think what you're saying is that like this is at a 45-degree angle, whereas the Aquaperm is at a 90-degree. Or sorry, this is at a 90-degree, and the Aquaperm's at a 45. But the angle of the plot has nothing to do with the rake, though. Should come out in place because it's still the same. It's still okay because it's just like, as you can see, it's just one block. So no matter which, it still works on the grid. So this still works on the grid. This is still on the grid no matter which way it goes. No, come on. I know you want to. Oh, I messed it up. The placement at 90 degrees on 90-degree rake, digging on 90-degree plot, aquifer and other plots are block placement at 90-degree on a 45-degree rake, digging on 90-degree plot. I don't think I'm following what you're saying. But it shouldn't be any different digging on aquifer than on any of the other ones. Like, digging sucks no matter what. Placement sucks on a lot of them. Now, you're saying aquifer. Are you talking... I thought when you were saying that, you were talking about... Where's that break? I'm going to see what you're talking about. Okay. Because there's the quarry, there's Midrip, and then South Hope. This, are you calling this aquifer? Because this is the quarry. Oh, now that they're all broken, I can actually show you what I'm talking about. So the filters are broken, but no water's going through. And in my opinion, if the filters are broken, then water should still flow through the way the system is. And that's only one is broken and just stops the whole thing because one's broken. Oh, let's look at this. Actually, it broke 2, 3. 3 of them actually broke before. Wow, interesting. And this is probably still going down. Let's see. No. So 3 broke before it stopped water from going through. Maybe it's maybe. So it is the one that I'm thinking of, because midriff. I don't know what I think it's called, midriff aquifer. So the benefit of putting all four on the same pipe is that, and like once three break, it stops. So yeah, that's when I was thinking you were talking about, but I don't usually use that plot, so I don't quite know. So I'm just, yeah, absolutely nothing there, and I just hit a wall. Yeah, Medusa aquifer. Yeah, so that is, it is the one that I was thinking you were talking about. So you're saying, like, I'm not sure what you're, because the grid is the same no matter what. Like, this is a grid, and it's 90 from the edge. Okay, so let's. Oh, I messed that one up. Why aren't you? There we go. Nope, I don't want it that low though. Okay, so that was messed up. It was saying it was going to add it and it took it away. Okay, that's weird. Oh, I kind of see what you're saying. Like, it's not, it doesn't seem to be lining up, which I see what you're saying. Like, when I pull this up, it's, yeah, I see what you're saying. It's not at a 90 degree, it's at a 45 degree. The grid doesn't line up. Okay. That actually makes a lot of sense. Because that should have taken a block out, but it didn't. It's on an angle. That's what you're talking about, right? What's the other plot? Because I've never dug out on this plot here, so that's why I didn't quite understand what you were saying. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! I hope they fix this. That is nasty. Like, you can still do it. It does, but it's going to take a lot more finesse to make it look nice. Wow. Okay. That's weird. Yeah, so again, like, it's still possible, and it's still like it's harder. You're right, it's harder, but it's like, if you take your time, like you took your time and you did a really good job at planning it. But like, it's like stuff like this that just gets me. Why can't I add there? Why can't I flatten this? Why is that not flattening? And that's the areas where you will have to use a pickaxe to clean up. So if you're talking about using areas like this with a pickaxe, that I can understand. But if you're talking about in general, like just going here and using a pickaxe on this, I don't understand why that would change, because I can just sit here and all of this like basic area, I don't need to use a pickaxe to make it uneven. It's like the way the rake works, you don't need to do any of that. Like I'm coming to an area where I can't, so I would have to add and then I can take away. So if I wanted this area to be flat, then I would just come in and add in the area where I know that I'm going to need it to make it a little bit higher. Again, doesn't need to be a lot higher. It should be all right. But you can see how high this is getting compared to here. So here can be flattened. Here I have to add in order for it to actually flatten it properly. So this is what I've been doing on the other one, is like instead of taking a rake, I can just do this. Or sorry, taking a shovel or taking the pickaxe, I can just do that, and now I will have enough of an area that it will flatten this out to the same without any divots. Just let me finish this little area. So now that I've done that, now I've got, come on. Okay, how come I can't? There we go. So this area that I couldn't flatten before because there wasn't enough dirt, like here, I can flatten this whole area where I added dirt to it. So if you can't do it, you just add dirt to it, and you can see how much higher this other stuff has to come in order for me to actually create a flat spot.
I'm taking Bella for a walk, and I'm gonna get Sylvia from work at some point. Okay?
When you're saying two slope, are you talking about over here, like this area? Because the slopes for me were actually, the higher spots were quicker than the lower spots. So this is a lower spot right in here. So like, to me, this is the most annoying part of it, is having to come in, add all this material when I should be able just to go like this, and it will bring all of the dirt to that level. So the way I would love to see it work is that where that red block is, it's red because there's nothing in that area. Well, it's not level. There's dirt underneath. I want it to be able to go click and it add that small amount of dirt that's like that's nothing. Like this little tiny bit. So I have to do this in order for that to work, which to me can be coded a little bit different to make it work the way he intended to. But in saying that, I still, so the rake was in the game right near the beginning. It's been in the game for a long time. Now, it got removed because it wasn't working. I would rather it stay in the game and not work perfect. Like the way it's working now, in my opinion, works. It's not ideal. It can be better, but it works. It accomplishes more and it's in less time than what I had to do prior to having the rake. So on the 1.7 save, I had to put blocks down to level it out. And I would put blocks down and then use a pickaxe to pickaxe the dirt that was sitting on top of the block. Now, if prior to 1.7, if I was to put a block right here where that edge is, it would level it out. I liked that I could do that. But the time consuming of taking a block, putting it down, taking that block up, putting another one down, taking it, putting it, like, it was tedious. Like, it drove me insane. I spent so many hours using little tricks like that to get a nice level area. It was like, I've done more with the rake in less time than what I did, and the amount of gold it cost me, like, well, not gold, Hydrocoin, it cost me to level that other area. Unbelievable. Whereas now, like the rake, it's just time that you put in. So to level the area that I'm leveling, like, I put a lot of time to level it, just like you put a lot of time in the aquifer area. Oh, I went to the wrong one. Forgot which way I was going. No. Oh, okay. Hold on. Yes, it does. So if I raise the ground up, it means that that ground is now higher, which means it's going to yield less dirt. But I don't think that's quite what you were saying. By raising the ground, it doesn't change the ore in that level. So for instance, if you raise the dirt from level 99 to level 100, it's going to still give you the same dirt that level 100 is going to give you. Does that make sense, David? So just to kind of show, I can show it here. So if I put this down, and it's not going to let me put it there. Thank you. Yeah, it's going to give me a hard time. Okay, I will not use this then. I'll just use this block to demonstrate. So if I put this block here, that is one height. So if I raise the dirt up to that height, the dirt quality is going to be the same along this height, no matter if I raise the dirt or if it was automatically there. It's the same as here. The dirt that is going to come from this block here is going to be the exact same no matter where it is along this line. It's going to give you the exact same yields no matter where and no matter how the dirt got there. So whether you add it, whether you take it away, the dirt yield from this level is going to be all the same. So by lifting the dirt up, you're bringing the level of that dirt to a higher level, which means that the yields are going to be lower. But it's not lower because you added dirt. It's lower because it's a higher elevation. So it's not because you raise the dirt that the yields are going to be worse. It's the fact that the dirt is at a higher elevation, which means it's not going it's not going to be as good. It's the same thing as so if I was to place this where I can, will you place? Nowhere. So I don't know why this machine is not allowing me to place it. Usually you can place it anywhere. Come on. I got a blue mark. Okay. So the other thing, like, I'll show you in my my other area, like the dirt the dirt level matters from where your drill is or where your shovel is. So you can take tier 1 level dirt, put it on a tier 2 level, and that will now become tier 2. The dirt, where the dirt is, doesn't actually, or where the dirt is what matters, not where it came from. Ooh. Okay. So in here, I can show you a little bit on what I'm talking about. Okay. So I have a tier 1 shovel, which means I can only shovel tier 1 dirt. This is tier 2. I can't shovel it. I can take tier 1 dirt, put it on tier 2 dirt, and I can't shovel it now because now it's on tier 2, so it's become tier 2 dirt. Does that make sense? So things like this is on tier 2 dirt, and like if I wanted to put tier 1 dirt under it, it doesn't matter what level dirt it is, it's still going to be tier 2 dirt. So I put it under there. I can't mine it with a tier 1. So it's at the location of where that dirt is. And that's why if you raise the dirt up, all you're doing is you're bringing the dirt to a higher level. So that's the only way that changes it, not because you added it or changed it. It's the same thing as like putting tier 1 dirt onto here. Doesn't change the fact. Like, so this is not saying, oh, that was tier 1 dirt, so you're going to get tier 1 yield. Where this is located in a tier 2 area, which is why it's that tier 1 dirt is now tier 2 dirt. It only matters where the dirt is, not where it came from. And it's the same with the drills. With the drills, it only matters where the dirt is, not where the dirt came from. Where is that piece that I saw? There it is. Where did it go? There it is. So, and it's just like here, this is tier 3. If I add to there, I can't even dig it. Well, I might be able to dig this. No, I can't. I added it to where tier 3 dirt should be. So if I put a drill on there, that's going to be tier 3 dirt. Like tier 3 level dirt. So I have been live for 6 hours. I think I am going to call it a night. I've got the starting of a couple videos. Again, I'll be on tomorrow around the same time. I will try to make it around the same time most days. I just go back out to my vehicle. And this, I wish it didn't just constantly go up and down. I wish it was just a button. You just press a button, boom, it would come down. No, I'll just stay out. So again, I appreciate everybody being here. Thank you for all the conversation. Thanks for the pictures, Arnok. Great to see the work that people are doing. If anyone else wants to like show off what they're doing, feel free to do that. As well, I do have a Discord that I can go on and you can stream what you're doing. If things get too difficult. Nothing. The color is the only difference on it. The red has the racing stripes, which is why I like it. But it's just the color. It's just preference. The so the cheap truck, which I'm calling the starter truck, it is a little bit smaller. Not by a lot, but it is a little bit smaller. The other three are bigger and they have more power. So you move faster. You can, if you're driving around as much as like I drive around, you can get up those hills a lot easier with the bigger vehicles. But as for the three, like the red with stripes, blue and yellow, those three are all the same vehicles. There is absolutely no difference. That's weird. I'm gonna have to try and find somebody. Let's see if I can find somebody playing Hydroneer that we can raid. Come on. Where's Hydroneer? How come I can't find... Is nobody else streaming Hydroneer? Are you kidding? Now let's see about this person. Let's see. Let's listen. Oh, they're doing logic stuff. Oh, this guy or girl, this person has. Oh, that looks pretty sick. I think I'm going to raid this person. They look like they have a pretty sick setup. They've got a lot of logic that they're using. They've got like bricks. Man, that looks pretty cool. So let's rate them. All right, guys, be nice, have fun, and hopefully